T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, remaining start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
I'm broke, but I'm happy. I'm poor, but I'm kind. I'm short, but I'm healthy. Yeah. I'm high, but I'm grounded. I'm sane, but I'm overwhelmed. I'm lost, but I'm hopeful, baby. And what it all comes down to is that every man's gonna be fine, fine, fine. 'Cause I've got one hand in my pocket and the other one is giving a high five. I'm sad, but I'm laughing. I'm brave, but I'm chicken shit. I'm sick, but I'm pretty. Baby, and what it all boils down to is that no one's really got it figured out just yet. But I've got one hand in my pocket and the other one is playing the piano. And what it all comes down to, my friends, yeah, is that everything is just fine, fine, fine. 'Cause I've got one hand in my pocket and the other one is hailing a taxi cab.
Good morning, you filthy animals. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. So I just realized sometimes I call you guys animals, sometimes I call you apes. I don't know. Sometimes I just call you whatever. Good morning to you guys. Got some cool stuff to show you here. Market futures are looking kind of nasty. That's not one of them. First off, I gotta be straight up with you guys here. Straight up. I got one hand in my pocket and the other one's holding a peace sign. and I'm gonna tell you right now, everything's gonna be fine, fine, fine. So I woke up. I went to sleep yesterday after my wife left for work at like 6 p.m. Didn't wake back up until like 10:30 at night. Was up till probably around like 1 or 2, maybe even 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm tired as hell. I'm tired as hell. I tried to go back to sleep. I think I only got about an hour and a half sleep after that. I'm really tired. I'm feeling like I'm coming down with something. I don't know what. I feel like I'm partially sick, and then I start reading what you guys are saying in the chat section in here, and I'm drinking my coffee, just trying to get going, and I see all these like positive comments and everything, and and I'm listening to the music saying everything's gonna be fine. So I'm gonna roll with the punches, man. Part of me wants to like just be like, guys, I need to like go back to sleep for an hour. I'm gonna roll with the punches. I'll tell you what though, I gotta walk away for just a second. I left my glasses upstairs. I'm looking around like looking for my glasses, going where the heck are my glasses? And they're not here. And if I'm gonna cover the information this morning, I'm gonna need them for sure. So let me go get my glasses. The American Trader's like, you got this, Casey. I'm so stinking tired right now, man. I didn't even know if my voice was gonna come out. I didn't even do like a test on my voice before I came in. I was like, I hope my voice even holds up. I'm so stinking tired. Oh man. All right, let me go get my glasses and I'll be right back. Okay, got the glasses. The reason I got to put the glasses on right now is because I want to share something with you guys. Little early morning surprise. So I've had this like dream for a long time of being able to have everybody self-sustained with information. Um, something. You know how I take you guys to the second page and it's got like all the data on it. This page over here. I'm gonna see. I'll take you over to it now. This page, which is missing a piece of information. Hold on. Oh, it's because I changed it to Highcroft. Hold on a second. Let me put it back. I guess it makes a difference. There we go. So I've had this like dream to where like everything that's seen on this page here all comes from different websites, and I wanted to maybe put something together like this that could show you guys the information for yourself. You wouldn't need me to gather or compile the data for you. You could just check it out. So I actually had AP, who's on here. I had him start working on putting together a little bit of a AMC dashboard. So that's what he did. He put something together, and we're kind of going through the. We got the first cut, the first live draft submitted last night to me, and we're going to go through and start kind of modifying it and kind of adding features and functions as we see fit. But I want to make it public, and with his permission, I said, I think that was, he went into this knowing that we were going to make this public for everybody to see. But I said just to make sure, it's okay with you that we make this public for everybody to see, and own, so you guys don't have to worry about collecting it someplace. There's a few things we still have to kind of worry about here as far as how we're going to collect data from sites that need like subscriptions and whatnot. But I'm going to move this over to you. I'm going to stick to the title that he's got in there called FUD Killer for the name of the page. I'm going to get rid of my stuff on here real quick. But this is the AMC dashboard. I haven't updated. Last time I updated this was last night or this morning rather at 1:30 my time. And it's really kind of cool because all you got to do is just hit this refresh button here, and it refreshes everything. And it's got all your data for you. It's got failure to deliver showing, borrowed shares pop up and show up on here, off exchange data, percentage holding of shares. Reverse repo, top institutional holders, top mutual fund holders, SSR trigger points, the closing price, current low, and trigger price for SSR. And then there's even a place here where you can click on a button to take you over to call options. You can see what the call options look like, how the load. He said load. How the load looks. And you go back to the dashboard. You can look at the puts. It's all there. It's really nicely ordered. We've got Market Insider links that can take you over there where you can. Ooh, I scrolled too far, too fast. Different market movers. You can click on these links. It'll take you to pages that show you that information. We're like I said, this is still kind of a work in progress. You got our option data over here with expiries that are in the money, out of the money. Short exempt trading data is showing up over here. We actually have yesterday's data populating in here already. It's got that data in there. So it's got a lot of really good information, and we want to open source this. Not Tally Foreman, not yet. When it's acceptable and up to par, I'm gonna make it available for everybody. No, I'm not leaving. Keto, that's not the point. The point is that you never know what's gonna happen in life, and it'd be really cool if something were to happen to me ever, you have this available to you. Or for whatever reasons you may want to use it for. I think this would be a great tool for a lot of different stocks. You know, you could maybe modify it, make your own, and modify it for whatever stocks it is that you're looking for. Some very minor altercations to it could potentially allow you to look at. Actually, that's one thing that I would kind of like to modify on this is perhaps just put in a place where you could look up a specific stock and then the information would just change to that stock. Super Tramp says open source my as. I don't I don't know what do you mean by that? I'm tired. Things are going over the top of my head. But anyways, this is it's a great piece of work, and AP's done a wonderful job of putting this all out there, getting it all prepared and having it ready. Um, I'm really looking forward to putting this out for everybody to be able to have. So I think it's cool. Let's see. Tally says I just need 2 drinks. Hold on 1 second. I see that I'm buffering a little bit here, so I'm gonna try and fix that. 1 second. I forgot to shut everything down. It is 6:20. It's time to take a look at our numbers here. So let me just make sure I've got everything shut down here, and then we'll take a look at everything. All right. We should be getting ready to go here. Oh, Steven Peterson says you were up late last night asking those pointed questions on Bigham's last night. Great job. I'm waiting to see Grandpa Barney come in. He threw up a super chat just so that Bigham's would see that, and he didn't have to do that. I felt I felt so like privileged at that moment. Uh, it was kind of crazy. Um, I owe him a big thanks for that. You know, but see, that's the thing, Broken Mug. I think the only way that we can really uh, work together is by helping each other out for free. That's how I feel. Not everybody is fortunate enough to be able to do what it is that I do. My wife, I have to thank for that. But I, all the help that I get is free help, and I really wish I could recognize more the people who help out in this community. There's a lot of them. I don't have anything to give them. maybe maybe when this is all over, they'll be on a list for getting something special. But we help each other out. That's what we got to do. Somebody's got to look out for each other. So we had a little bit of a rundown here in pre-market down to looks like we went down to about $15.10 from our closing price of $15.37, and then we shot back up, and right now we're sitting at about $15.37. So it's trading exactly at what it closed at right now. Um, I'm I think that it's another piece of the puzzle in regards to applying more pressure to the market to clean itself up. I think it's a good thing. I don't know if it's going to be the catalyst, but I do think that it's definitely going to help. As far as the ISDA thing, one of the reasons that I asked the question that I asked last night to Bigham's was, um, if we can focus on a specific bank then I'm thinking like it would be much easier for us to maybe focus on talking about a specific bank than it is to talk about ISDA as a whole. Because if we can focus our attention on a specific bank and making sure that we, whatever bank it is that we think is probably the most stressed, perhaps maybe we can get that one to fail, and one bank failing might cause another to fail, getting the dominoes started. Oh, Tim, the chess game was terrible, man. Baldy says Grandpa Barney's the man. He is. Grandpa Barney's the man. Um, but I think Phase 6 is another building block to the pressure that we need to cause the dominoes to start falling. And I agree. I do definitely agree that the banks is where it pretty much all stems from. You take away the money from the source, and the source is going to start collecting. Once the source starts collecting money, everybody else loses their positions. And I agree. It is the root cause of the evil, or maybe the base of the evil. Yeah, the weakest link. We gotta find the weakest link. I think because I think it's much easier to focus on one banking institution and talking about the banking institution than saying ISDA, because telling everybody to just get out of their positions with ISDA banks, I think is a much more difficult project than telling people like, okay, let's not work with this banking institution, right? Let's avoid, because we want to boycott what it is the banks are doing. Let's focus on this particular bank, whatever bank that may be, or maybe make it two banks or three. I don't know, but like narrowing down our focus, I think, on specific banks and saying, okay, let's not provide them our business because we feel like they're the big problems, I think is what we really need to focus on. Right. Steven, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's like so overwhelming to think about, like, oh, I just need to, like, ISDA, oh my gosh, I got to get rid of my home loan. I got to move all my stuff. I mean, it's really daunting. What banks could I avoid? What banks can I avoid specifically to know that I'm helping with the cause to move away from doing business with certain banks? I think that might be a little bit more palatable. I've been thinking Bank of America. When I asked the question last night, I believe J.P. Morgan was what was another one that was listed. I highly agree. J.P. Morgan is another problem bank. I'm trying to think who else. Yeah, the difference between a short squeeze and the MOASS. So it's possible to have a squeeze without actually having hedge funds cover their positions. And the MOASS is when you have complete failure of institutions, and so I think that's probably the big difference for me. Just summarized in a quick sentence, it's basically the difference between when they have to cover and when they don't have to cover. So you could have price rise up like for example like it did with GME to as high as 400 $500, but that's not MOASS. That's just a squeeze. You have price rising, but you don't have failures of institutions. PNC Bank ever on your radar? No. Did you watch? I watched. I don't know. I watched a little bit of his live last night, and I watched a little bit of the video that he had the other day. So I'm not sure which one you're talking about, but let's take a look at the numbers, guys. Give me just 1 second. I gotta log into my broker. which is taking a while. Two-factor authentication, guys, you might want to use it. It might help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in your account. And testing it out now might be a great. So I just got a representative can help. So I just got an error on my two-factor authentication. We've encountered a technical error. Please call us to verify your identity. This is the second time that I've had this happen, and when I've done that in the past, oh, I hit cancel and then I tried logging back in. Okay, now it's giving it to me now. So no issue now. Now it's saying it sent me a security code, which I did get. It does seem like if you have like a little bit of a lag or if there's some kind of issues logging into Fidelity, you do get errors on that two-factor authentication, which is good to know. I can still access my account from my phone. I just can't do it from the computer once if I get locked out. Oh, interesting. It looks like part of their site's down right now. Let me try this one. Yeah, part of Fidelity's site's down. There's certain pages that when I try to go to them, it says not found. All right, I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. But let's take a look at our numbers. Starting in the top left-hand corner, price prediction tallies. I believe everybody got a point yesterday. Let me see here. Monty had 1501 to 1801. I had 1295 to 1595. So yeah, we all got points. Some of us were a little closer to not getting points than others, but we all got them. Let me go through and reset these. And I'll just read them off again. Eric also had 1350s to 1650, and Keto had 1313 to 1613. So everybody got a price prediction tally point. Short exempt volume. Short exempt volume was 240,000, which is higher, almost double what it was the day before. Day-over-day price change was a 5.56% increase in price. That's going to give us a 1 of 3. Days completed over 5%. And let's take a look at the utilization. Utilization is indeed 100%. It's showing from August 1st for the date. So we are now on day number 121 of utilization being 100%. Max Payne. Max Payne yesterday was $14. Let's see what it is for the day today. I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna go with I'm gonna say 15. Nope, still 14. No change in Max Payne. Off exchange yesterday, those numbers that you see right there are accurate. I've already updated this morning. So let me add those totals together. 58.79% through the off exchange, 10.87 through the EDGX, giving us a total of 69.66. Nice. It's a lot, but not quite the 70 range that we've been seeing. Taking a look at institutional ownership. Yesterday, the total amount for institutional ownership was 190.553. Today, it's 190.677 million. So about 100,000 increase. Shares on loan is up almost a million. It went from 142.9 to 143.75. That's going to have the effect of raising the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.55%. And let's take a look at those options. Our lottery ticket losers at $30.50 strike price. Yesterday there's 2.2 thousand contracts. Today there's 3.8. At a $17 strike price for open interest, which is down from 20. Yesterday there was 8.8 thousand contracts at 20. Today at 17 there is 11,000 contracts. On the puts, highest amount of open interest has moved from let's see, $12 to $13. Yesterday at 12 there was 3,000 contracts. Today at 13 there's 4.2. So just about a 3-to-1, almost a 3-to-1 ratio in volume. And the options are kind of signaling for maybe a closing price by the end of the week for somewhere around $15, which is higher than max pain. Give me a second while I move a couple screens around. We'll take a look at the rest of the data. Taking a look at Ortex, there was your utilization at 121 straight trading days of 100% utilization. Let's zoom in on this just a tad, and our on loan amount increasing just slightly, that 1 million, almost 1 million shares, 142.91 to 143.75. That should have the effect of probably not really reducing the amount of average loan age per day, so that should go up. It did, and it went up pretty drastically from 54.81 to 56.49. The estimated short share interest of the free float day over day rose from 19.49 to 19.55. Security lending volume was down slightly day over day from 11 million to 10.1 million. And we are not on any threshold lists. Today's expiries are that big 9 million, but you can see how these failure to delivers have already been reduced into the hundreds of thousands instead of millions. So we're not seeing continuation of pressure on failure to delivers. So I wouldn't specifically expect much out of today in regards to failure to delivers causing pressure on the market to buy. Yesterday, GME for orders based on Fidelity customers, GME came in 19th with a 61% buy to 39% sell ratio, and AMC came in 20th with a 51% buy to 49% sell ratio. SSR triggers at $13.83. Shares available to borrow, 35,000. Looks like they had as many as 300,000 shares left, and then they borrowed most of those. So I'm going to call it 250 at this point, but once I add in the ETFs that they've borrowed, I'm just going to call it 300,000 shares so far this morning. 1.1 million on Stonko Tracker borrowed yesterday. We're going to call it 300,000 so far this morning at a fee of 7.1%. Currently, there's 95.4 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 25.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 30.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 6.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. The title for the day today, guys. What did I put down here? Hold on a second. Market futures looking nasty. Over here in the wet on the eastern side of the world, it was pretty rough. Some markets were down as almost as much as 2.5%. So it's looking pretty. It was looking pretty rough. A couple markets were green, but our futures right now aren't looking all that hot either. Even the VIX is set to be up to 2.34%. Most of our futures are looking down like 0.5% at market open. Tesla is down 0.52 in the pre-market. Amazon is down 0.97. Cinemark is up 0.05. Doge is down 2.44. Bitcoin is down 1.35. GME is up 0.2. HYMC is down 4.31. HOOD is down 0.77. NCMI is up 8.22. AMC is up 0.65. Inflow versus outflow yesterday, we had about $5 million more in inflow. Our current volume right now is 31.26 thousand shares, which is a little bit more elevated than what we're used to seeing by this time of the day. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with what appears to be an imminent crossover on the vortex indicator. RSI is at 45.93%, which is just slightly below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 54.41, which is just slightly above average. On the hourly, we have more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure, it looks like. Nope, just slightly more buying. RSI at 64.2, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 64.45, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI signaling for overbought at a 71.1% RSI. Ichimoto. Our base and conversion line are stacked right on top of each other. We need to see conversion above base. The lagging line is above the price line, and price is above the cloud. This is typically a bullish indicator if we had that conversion above the baseline. So just need one little more piece of information for this to look like a really good buy, but it was a good buy as of yesterday. Yesterday we had conversion above base. I see this as a hold. Anybody who was still buying into this or hadn't bought into this yet sees this as a hold still. On a 4-hour, conversion is above base lagging line just broke past the price line, and price is not in the cloud as of yet. The breakthrough of the cloud, which by the end of the day today would be about $16.16, appears like that could occur today at some point. I'm specifically looking for us to break 1589. That's a number that I need to see. If we break past 1589, we could be seeing some new highs. Not all time, but just newer highs from our last low of 1382. No, not 1382. Yeah, 1382. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do, guys. I normally take my break at 7. I like to try to take my break at 7:30, but since I need just a little bit more sleep. I wanna be a little more. If I come over and I see Dana writing electric, I wanna give you guys a little bit more of me. I wanna be a little more peppy, and so I'll wait till the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume coming in, get my volume prediction, and then I'm probably gonna take off just a little bit early and go nap for like another hour and a half or so, or at least an hour. Like try to get another hour of sleep in. I know what I'm gonna be doing on my breaks today. Yeah, I did myself, but it was like maybe an hour and a half tops. Is rough, man. Tim says, "Who needs sleep?" My hands are getting. I got one hand in my pocket. I'm giving you a high five. Me. Hey, Michael Roberts. I'm glad. Dana says you are electric. I'm electrified. Monty, Casey, here's my price prediction for the day: 1501 to 1801. Monty, thank you so much for your continued efforts. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm just like super tired. Nana says she woke up at 2:30 a.m. You know, there's something in the air. Alex Reed says I'm too jacked to sleep. Jacked to the gills. We got about 15 more minutes here. Good morning, Kenny. I'm gonna go ahead and look up and see what kind of AMC news there is to find. That's always exciting because they just love oh yeah, the bashings, here they come. AMC closes movie theater on DuPont Road, Fort Wayne, Indiana. DuPont Road AMC theater permanently closed. Let's see here. Let's see what they got to say about it. And this is something I've been wanting AMC to do for a while. Get rid of the dead weight. If you got movie theaters that are dead weight, get rid of them. Like, let's start buying up the movie theaters that are stressed, but are the really good money makers for other movie chains. Let's see here. AMC Theater says on its website that AMC Classic Fort Wayne 20 at 3930 East DuPont Road has permanently closed. The site lists the next nearest AMC theater as the AMC Jefferson Point 18. The theater on DuPont Road first opened as Carmike Cinemas in July 2005. AMC Entertainment acquired Carmike Cinemas in 2016. Fort Wayne has now two theaters that play new releases, and the AMC and Jefferson Point and Regal Coldwater Crossing at Coldwater and Washington Center Roads. The former theater sits on 12.4 acres The land owned by Dallas-based Spirit Master Funding LLC is valued at 1.64 million, with improvements at about 4 million. If it's not performing, we need to get it off of our books, and so I'm all down for that. If that's what Adam Aaron thinks is the right thing to do, I tend to think it's probably the right thing to do too. We need to get our top. We want to just have the good movie theaters. There's no reason to have carry dead weight. Fred says it's the cheese that has you wiped out. Oh man, it's like I turned 46 and now all of a sudden it's like my body says, oh, you thought you could live off of 5 hours on a constant basis, but I've got news for you, buddy. I'm turning in now early on you. I've noticed. Have you ever noticed that it seems like the older people get, the earlier they turn and the earlier they wake up. It's almost like you never wanted to wake up early when you were a kid, but then as you get older, you just start to. It becomes natural. I think. I think. Oh, it's the chess. The chess. Got it. I thought you said cheese. James says the body has rights over the soul. Period. Rest up, bro. It's the will of Allah, God Almighty alone. Goodness, you appreciate it, but if you rest, I wouldn't mind. Thank you. PC3, I'm gonna be live streaming during the earnings. I think. I know there's other streamers out there who are gonna be streaming it as well. And I don't want to take away from them. What I could do is I could shut down an hour early. Um, my initial thought was to stream through it. Maggie says, buy a movie theater in Maine. My guess is that there's probably something to do with the weather that prevents them to opening up a movie theater there. My guess is you guys probably don't go to the movies all that much during the wintertime. I know myself, 46 years old, and this beard's already crazy white. Uh, I used to think that having a white beard would make me look distinguished. Now I just feel like it makes me look old. Nana says, "Wait till you're 65." Do I have to? Well, Maggie, that's unusual. It might switch on you eventually. I'm kind of that kind. That's how I kind of am. I like being up until 2 or 3 at night, and then up at uh, 6 or 7, 8. I liked it. I wasn't able to sit around for the entire stream, Fred. But from what I was from the part that I was there for, I enjoyed listening to what it was that they had to say. And I touched a little bit on in the beginning this morning as well. I really think that I think that instead of focusing on ISDA, what I would like to see Bigums start doing is perhaps maybe focusing on like the weakest links as far as banks go. That way, maybe as a community, we can band together to not give our business to those particular banks and stress those banks. I think that would be a much easier thing to do than it would be to just focus on ISDA as a whole. The thought process there is basically let's poison the water with a few banks. Uh, let the fish die in the barrel and then the rest of the fish die. You know what I'm saying? Start with the small dominoes. Interesting, Maggie. They should. I don't. Maybe put in a request. Put in a request to Adam Air and see what they say. I think Thor's hammer makes you look distinguished. That's a pretty good picture that Pantheon put together. Thank you. Grant says my wife tells me mine makes me look old too. Wifey thinks it makes her look old by association. $90, man. Soon as we hit 90, I'm gonna be shaving this thing. If not all off, mostly off. uh, I've heard that it's next week, Maggie. I haven't seen anything pop up over here, um, but I've heard it's next week. I asked I don't know, like a year ago. Maybe it wasn't a year ago. Almost a year ago. I asked the hairstylist if I should put dye in my beard to make it look, like so I look younger. And she said, "Don't do it." I said, "Why?" She goes, "Because you have to do it constantly, and if you don't, then it starts, showing up as that you dyed it, and so you got to keep it up." And she goes, "It's a pain." She goes, "Do you like to maintain things?" And I was like, "No." She goes, "Don't do it." So I'm just gonna leave it. I'm gonna just be straight up. This is it. This is who I am. I'm old, I'm gray, gray beard. Wow, Alex, that's crazy. Somebody went, one of your friends went mid 20s, went white hair completely on the beard and hair. That's insane. Myself says shave it off live stream, of course. I mean, it's gonna be messy. I don't know. I'm probably gonna have to get out clippers and clip it down first, and that's just gonna be like a huge mess. I don't know if I want to do that by the computer. Alex says to this day, he says it's because he knows me. That's funny. Grant says the dye never makes it better. It always makes it look fake. I'm not gonna. Yeah, see, this is why I'm not gonna do it. Dana says go blue. Dr. Zena says you get to a point to where you're just happy to have hair. Ooh, that's rough, man. Fred says don't. I tried it before. I used the popular product that I call just for dumbasses. I'm not gonna do it. I mean, when I asked the hairstylist, when I asked her about dyeing the beard thing, I think her question to me was like, do you use a lot of products to like she was asking me about beard oil and sculpting and all that kind of stuff for the beard, and I was like, I try to be very minimalistic. I like to just stick to drying off with a towel, and that's the extent of anything I do with my facial hair or head. And since I've had this beard, I've had to start combing it and crap, and I'm like, I don't even like doing that. And she's like, yeah, don't dye it. So I was like, okay. Hell, that still counts, Manjit. I'm still gonna be cutting it if it goes straight to 900. Michael says, my wife dyed my beard. She left the dye in too long and it darkened my skin. I felt like a cartoon character. That's hilarious, man. Here's our pokey stick of volume. We had 34,000 shares going into it. It's already showing. It looks like we got a doubling. Oh, now we got a double now. It's getting close to a double. This is only going to put us at 80,000 shares for the day, so I might have to go back down. I might have to go back down here on my prediction for volume to that 15 to 35 range, because this is only giving us 89,000 shares traded so far. So, yep, there's my prediction: 15 to 35 million shares traded for the day today. That's all of it, Easter Beast. Anymore, I think it's just not gray on the sides. Like the sides are still pretty, they still have color, and it's everything in the front, and it's gray. Michael Roberts says, in and out. We got a double on the data. We had about 37,000 shares, I think, going into the minute, and then the total volume on the minute itself was 64,000 shares. So, and that put us at right about 100,000 shares for the day. Uh, I would actually expect volume to be really similar to what it was yesterday. And yesterday's total volume ended up being 23.8 million. So we're probably looking at like somewhere between 20, 23. But I'm going to go ahead and stick with that 15 to 35, just to give myself a little bit of breathing room on the bottom side. Alex says, I still reckon you should do the monkey tail mustache when we start rocketing to outer space. I have no idea what that is. Hold on a second. I got to look that up. Monkey tail mustache? Am I going to get in trouble for what I look up here? Is this going to be like some kind of... What is that? Oh, so you shave off that one section that combines the side, and so it looks like a sweeping tail that goes around. It's become the new facial trend of 2021. Huh. In case you guys don't know what it is, I'll put it up here so you can see. I've never seen this before. It's actually kind of cool looking. It's cool in a weird way. But check it out. Hold on. There's actually quite a few different things that guys are doing with them. This one, I like this monkey tail beard on this pitcher right here. Oh, he looks like he's a pitcher for Oakland A's. Are they still in Oakland? I don't know. This guy, this guy's got a funny looking. It's kind of funny looking. It's interesting. This guy's got the swirl going on. Why the monkey tail though? Like, why would people do that? What's this dude's got a freaking windmill on his shoulder. Oh, jeez, that's going too far. I do feel like what I'm seeing here is a lot of hair. Like these guys that are pulling it off. Like this guy over here, this guy right here, it's just kind of meh. It's not as full. I mean, like this guy's looks much better, and even his look, it fits his look. It's not a bad idea. I'll think about it. It's not bad. Tim, thank you. Take care. No, I'm not going to look that up myself. Grant says, I look odd enough to begin with. I don't need to add anything like that to the mix. I mean, you got to be one of those kind of nothing says homo like. Oh man. Yeah, we'll see. All right, guys, I got to get out of here. I'm going to go lay back down for a while. I'll come back in about an hour. I mean, it does fit. I mean, right? I mean, we're doing the whole ape thing, so why not put a monkey tail on afterwards? Might as well until I finish. It's like the in between phase. All right, let me get the message up on the screen here. I'm going to kind of shrink this down just a tad bit here so that in case the price does start to move, it'll still be on the screen. I've forced my wife to live with this beard for quite a few months now. I'm going to have to make sure that she's approving of a monkey tail beard. I think we're both looking forward to me going back to a clean shaven face. All right, guys, I'm gonna take off. I'm gonna go take a nap, like a 1 hour power nap, and I'll see you guys back here at 8:15 Central Standard Time for price predictions for the end of the day. Let me see. Did Keto put in his price prediction yet? I just want to see if I missed it in case he did. If he put it in, I want to write it down. I just see Monty's. Yeah, I just see Monty's. Yeah, my wife will be coming home here. She'll wake me up. All right, see you guys at 8:15.
Don't let download limits hold you back. Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beatmakers and indie artists. Go Premium and get unlimited downloads for just $6.99 a month.
Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now.
Don't let download limits hold you back. Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beatmakers and indie artists. Go Premium and get unlimited downloads for just $6.99 a month.
Struggling to find the perfect music for your productions? MusicVine is home to the best production music in the world for productions that demand more. License a higher quality of music with MusicVine.
I'm back. I couldn't sit through another like 2 minutes of that. I had to cut it. All right, let's see where we're headed to here. Let's get some kind of price prediction in. Hmm. It seems like we might be on an ascending parallel channel here. I'm gonna go with maybe a price prediction of right around like 14 and a half. 14 and a half to yeah, I think that's right. 14 and a half to 17 and a half. All right, let's see what you guys are saying here. Yeah, the market's looking like it's pretty nasty. You're not kidding, Doge. In fact, you know, maybe I ought to think. I wasn't really thinking about that. The markets are looking like they're going to be pretty nasty today. And if they are, and we go down with the market, then 14 and a half, I'll be lucky to hit. I think I'm going to revise it just because of what Doge Cold said. I'm going to go 14.25 to 17.25, just in case, just a little extra breathing room. Jordan says my productivity at work right now is unprecedented. That music is pretty upbeat for you, huh? Dogecoat member, I can't agree more with what you said there. Here we all worked up on the market all day in and day out, and myself included. And in all reality, any day could be our last. I need to go out and live it up more. Gotta live life, man. You gotta keep living life. Remtac, good luck at the doctor's appointment. James says Casey Shop saying go back to bed. You can hear in my voice. Grandpa Barney, I mentioned you this earlier this morning. I gave you a shout out. I appreciate you working hard to get my question out there to Bigums. That was unprecedented for you to do what it is that you did, and thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know what to say. Thank you. That's all I can really say. I appreciate it. Volume prediction today, Dan, is really low. I've got 15 to 35. Our 7 a.m. Pokey Stick of volume was not very high. It produced about 100,000 shares in trading this morning, so I'm not expecting huge numbers. Something probably really similar to what we saw yesterday, and I think what we did is 23 yesterday, 23.8. So we might see just a little bit less than 23.8 today, maybe like 20 to 23, somewhere around there. Did anybody see if Keto came by and put in a price prediction? Let me see here. There he is, 14.13 to 17.13 for Keto. I think he's along the same lines as I have, 14.13 to 17.13. So all we're missing now is Eric. He usually gives me his prediction like right before market opens. Um, I hope you don't feel like you have to do that for me in the future, Grandpa Barney. I felt very honored. I really did. I really did feel honored. You know, just in case you guys didn't know, Grandpa Barney put in a super chat to get my question answered, which I really don't. I hope none of you guys feel like you got to do that for me at all. I'm just another one of you guys. If I don't get my questions answered, I don't get my questions answered. Don't feel like you gotta help me out, but I was extremely honored by what Grandpa Barney had to do there, and I didn't know you were a moderator over there for Bigums. That's pretty cool, man. Congratulations on that. Björk! Björk! Oh man, we talked about you yesterday, buddy. I was trying to reach out to you, man. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. We talked about you at length yesterday. We were kind of wondering what happened. Reach out to me, bud, and let me know how you're doing. We were a little bit, I was worried. I was worried about you. So just reach out to me and say hi. Send me maybe I tried to send you a friend request on Discord, so. Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. I kind of figured as much, but just reach out to me. I just want to talk to you on the side. We don't have to talk about it here. Just reach out to me. Let's see. Grandpa Barney says I wanted to know the answer too. So my question last night, guys, to Bigums was this. I said, I understand where he's going with the whole ISDA thing. The problem that I have is that I feel like what Bigums is asking us to do is to think about a big picture, and that's good. There's nothing wrong with that. And I get it. I'm on board. But I think we need to kind of focus, like to make things a little bit more simpler for us as a community. We need to focus on maybe like some of the key banks that we could potentially affect by maybe perhaps not giving them our business. And so my thought process there is like, okay, well, if ISDA is what we're, if we're trying to get out of ISDA banks, what key banks could we apply pressure to the most? That may be some of the weak links in the banking system. And so my thought process being is that instead of having this huge encompassing ISDA sucks viewpoint, we can narrow down it to like maybe 2 or 3 banks, or maybe even just one, and focus on that and talking about those specific banks and saying these banks are ISDA banks. And within the community, it's much easier to talk about something like that than it is to talk about like a grand, big picture of all banks that are ISDA related. So that's kind of the thought process that I had there. I think it would be a little bit easier. Yeah, Bank of America was my thought too, Grandpa Barney, but I didn't want to feed that out there. I wanted to see, because I think I would imagine, as familiar with the whole ISDA banking system, I think probably Bigums would probably know better than anybody which one of the banks are probably some of the more weakest links out there. Bank of America was one of the ones on the top of my head. He said J.P. Morgan as well. So I didn't want to influence his thought process by suggesting it, but I think I did say B of A last night. So. But that was kind of my thought process, and I thought it was a good question. I don't know. Anyways, it's time to get this market open here, guys. I will see you on the other side of market open. Let's get this day started. See you guys in just a bit.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Cockles go.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I'm broke, but I'm happy. I'm poor, but I'm kind. I'm short, but I'm healthy. Yeah. I'm high, but I'm grounded. I'm sane, but I'm overwhelmed. I'm lost, but I'm hopeful, baby. And what it all comes down to is that everything's gonna be fine, fine, fine. 'Cause I've got one hand in my pocket and the other one is giving a high five. I feel drunk, but I'm sober. I'm young and I'm underpaid. I'm tired, but I'm working, yeah. I care, but I'm restless. I'm here, but I'm really gone. I'm wrong and I'm sorry, baby. And what it all comes down to is that everything's gonna be quite alright. 'Cause I've got one hand in my pocket and the other one is flicking a cigarette.
Harmonica go.
And what it all comes down to is that I haven't got it all figured out just yet. 'Cause I've got one hand in my pocket and the other one is giving a peace sign. I'm free, but I'm focused. I'm green, but I'm wise. I'm hard, but I'm friendly, baby. I'm sad, but I'm laughing. I'm brave, but I'm chicken shit. I'm sick, but I'm pretty, baby. And what it all boils down to is that no one's really got it figured out just yet. But I've got one hand in my pocket and the other one is playing the piano. And what it all comes down to, my friends, yeah, is that everything is just fine, fine, fine. 'Cause I've got one hand in my pocket and the other one is hailing a taxi cab.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! Good morning, guys. I got one hand in my pocket. I may not have everything figured out. But I've got one hand in my pocket, and the other one's giving you a high five, and everything's going to be fine, fine, fine. We're going to be okay, guys. It's going to be all right. If you guys need breaks, remember, you don't have to watch the line. You can walk away, take a break, set some of those price alerts that you have available, and then come back when you feel better. Tano says yes. It's the beautiful, sexy, and hot Alanis Morissette. Benjamin Israel says, I wonder if she would date me in the metaverse. I'm still a little freaked out about the whole metaverse thing. I don't know, man. OP Dexter says, thanks for the advice last week. Well, not financial advice, man. It's just talking to you. Doctor says, I'll feel great when we squeeze. You know, sometimes some people just need a little hug, Dr. Zeno. Nothing like a little hug to make you feel better. The future in the markets were supposed to be down this morning, and right now the VIX is up 5.12. Everything is red right now on my list over here on the left-hand side, except for GME and AMC. I think now would be a good opportunity to talk about why I have some of the things listed on the left-hand side of the page. I don't talk about that very often, but every once in a while I like to bring it up just so that people know there's specific reasons why I'm looking at some of these. And then there's specific reasons why they have no bearing whatsoever on anything that we're doing here. The VIX. Why is the VIX important? The VIX is the volatility index looking out at a 30-day futures of volatility of the market. When the VIX moves upwards, the market should be heading down. When the VIX is heading down, the market should be heading upwards. It's a inverse relationship to the market. We saw something really interesting happen on Friday. Friday, the VIX was up or closed about yesterday. Yesterday, the VIX was up 7%, and the SPY finished down 0.16. Very, very interesting stuff there. That tells me that the futures are saying there's some volatility coming, but the market hasn't responded to it yet. So I was kind of questioning what today might look like because of that. And then later on last night, when I was looking at a lot of the futures and also some of the markets on the eastern side of the world, it didn't look pretty. So there was a good reason for me to kind of this is why I watch the VIX so heavily. It's it's a leading indicator what the markets are going to look like. IWB and IBWD. The reason that I've got both of those up there right now is that AMC moved from the Russell 2000 to the Russell 1000 about a month and a half ago, maybe 2 months ago, and we're not sure yet whether it moved from IWM to IWD or IWB, so I'm waiting to find out which one it is. I have a feeling it's going to be, I think it's D is what it's going to move into, but I don't know yet. I'm actually refreshing ETF.com right now just to see if they've got it updated. Oh, they do have it updated. Wow, that's cool. Okay, so the biggest holder now is VTI for AMC. There's 67 ETF holders. I wrote down the information before so we could contrast and compare. There was 73 holders with approximately 40.4 million shares in ETFs for AMC, and I told you guys that would be going down. When we moved from the Russell 2000 to Russell 1000, there would be less shares on holding due to our market cap size at the time when we moved, put us into the bottom third of the Russell 1000. So we have an update, and we know what it is now. It's officially not anything that I even thought it was going to be. But we have 67 holders now. There was 73 holders back in June. 67 ETFs hold AMC, and it's dropped from 40.4 million shares to 22.7. So it almost cut in half. Not quite, but almost. One of the largest allocations is SFYF. which is I think is one of the it's the meme stock. I think maybe I'm not sure. I can't remember which one SFYF is, but VTI is the biggest holder. So let's check out what is VTI. Actually, I'm gonna scroll down a little bit here and see if it's not. It's Vanguard's total stock market ETF, but the one I'm looking for is which one did it move to, IWB or D? And it's B or D. I mean, it's showing on here ETFs with the most AMC shares. IWD is iShares Russell 1000 Value ETF. So it did end up being IWD. So I'm going to remove IWB off my list here, and IWM, because we're no longer in IWM. So IWD, the reason IWD is going to be on the list is because of the fact that that's the iShare Russell 1000 that we're a part of. But I'm starting to think about adding in VTI perhaps, probably right below IWD. Let's do it, since it is one of the largest ETFs with holding of AMC. There's VTI. We're going to add it to our list. So we got VIX, VTI, IWD. Those are going to be showing now. Tesla, the reason I'm watching Tesla is, I think there's a very interesting story going on with a squeeze play with Tesla and hedge funds. So I'm watching that one. Amazon, if you want to know how the economy is working, I think Amazon is a great ticker to watch to see how the economy is doing. When I first started watching Amazon, it was 3,500 a share. It was right when Jeff Bezos stepped down. Then they did a 20-to-1 split. So if you basically take Amazon's current price of 135, multiply it by 20, it's 2,700. So they've dropped in value from 3,500 down to 2,700 since Jeff Bezos has stepped down. It's been as low as 2,500, so it's a little bit higher. But I think that anytime we start seeing Amazon drop in valuation, then the economy is probably starting to struggle a little bit. So that's part of the reason I'm watching Amazon. Cinemark, if you want to know how your competitor is doing, you got to watch them. AMC and Cinemark are competitors, and so I've got Cinemark up here. Dogecoin, we've seen Dogecoin on several occasions run just before AMC takes off. It'll run and then drop before AMC takes off. That's one of the reasons why I've got it up here. I also believe that it's the blue collar cryptocurrency of at least North America, and that's part of the reason why I've got it up here. Is I think that it's a good follow to just kind of gauge when there may be possible runs coming on AMC. Bitcoin, it's the OG of cryptocurrencies, and I think can also be a sign for where the market in general is heading. I do believe that collateral has been being pulled out of Bitcoin to continue to keep the market afloat. GME, you gotta watch the OG, man. You gotta watch the OG when it comes to squeeze play. That's the whole reason we're all here. Most of us, probably, most of us are here for that and don't even realize that we're here for that, because we came late to the game, some of us, and that's fine. But I'm watching it. HYMC, that's our gold mine. I'm watching that one. Hood, Hood makes the list because I just want to see it burn, man. Hood screwed people over last year, and I'm just watching it. NCMI, that is AMC got some free shares out of NCMI not long ago with an induction into the. I'm not sure exactly how they got the shares. I don't know what that was all about. I actually hesitate to keep this on here, although I do know that when this makes money, AMC can add to their valuation on earnings. But AMC is on here obviously for the right reasons. Dr. Zena says I hugged myself, but I tried to grab my own ass. I'm a pervert. Good morning, the big tramp. Two weeks. I can't deviate away from it. I gotta say it. I gotta say 2 weeks. Yeah, I let Bjork know I was looking for him. Mac and B says the reason being cockles. I need to use that word more often, man. It's a great word to just kind of fill in for just, like whatever reason. Mac and B's, it's always 2 weeks, man. It's always 2 weeks. Go watch the movie Money Pit and you'll understand. It's got Tom Hanks in it. It's a pretty decent movie. Somebody was mentioning the other day, or I read it somewhere. I don't recall where it was that he's in the blackout period right now. Part of the reason why I had suggested that we watch HYMC to see if there was some abnormal volume occurring over HYMC was because of the fact that it would kind of fit that blackout period to where they couldn't say anything, but they were perhaps doing something. I will say this: there is abnormally high volume already on HYMC this morning. Yesterday they usually average somewhere between 2 and 3 million shares a day on a normal day. In fact, I'm going to zoom out just a tad bit here. And I'm not trying to draw your attention to this guys as a play. I'm just showing you that I think the AMC may be up to something here. You can see the average daily volume, and then you can see the spike in volume that it had yesterday. The total amount of volume yesterday being 7.3 million shares. Every other day, usually runs somewhere around like 2.5 to maybe 3 million, somewhere around there. And there's unexpected volume out of nowhere yesterday. I thought it was going to happen on Friday. It didn't happen Friday. It actually happened yesterday. But guess what? Continuation. There's definitely a continuation as of right now. They've got almost 800 or almost a million shares traded so far, and we're only what are we at 15 minutes into the trading day. So I do see some additional volume occurring and a continuation of that volume day over day. If you look at the order book as well, there seems to be some abnormally large orders over here on the order book. I think the pounce is multiple things, Bill. I don't think it's any one specific thing. So don't be too discouraged. I think the whole reasoning behind what Adam Aaron tweeted last, the very last thing he tweeted was is that he's playing multiple games of chess here. So it's not just one thing. And I think that's a great. We need to be real open-minded about anytime we're thinking about things AMC related. We should always have an open mind to there being lots of possibilities, not just one. Rentaco says 2 weeks, mofos. Yeah, Dr. Zeno says, okay, AMC is going up a tidbit, but hold your horses. Remember the weekly option traps every week. Don't step. You can see those horse pat. You can see those cow patties. You can smell those cow patties. You can taste those cow patties. But darn it, don't step in them. Don't step in those cow patties. Who wants to clean off a boot? Yes, Big Tramp, we are still in the bang. Um, Typically speaking, when you're in the bang, price should remain relatively the same, and it has not done that this time. Volume has been decreasing quite often, but we've been seeing a lot of price movement in this bang, and it's very, very unusual to see. It's always corrected back to the same point though. It's always moved back to that 14, 13 range, which is where we kind of came in at for the bang, which is supposed to be where price should relatively remain the same. There has been, I think there was one other cycle that we've had in the past where the bang phase had some movement. For the most part, bang usually keeps price the same, and you just see volume drop. So this bang's been a little bit different, but it's also a long bang. uh, that sounds so bad. Glenn Miller, good morning to you. Benjamin says, look at the 5-minute candle, Casey. Start up the big tramp. Keep her idling. Yeah, it's moving pretty heavily up that Bollinger Band on the top side. I think you'll see price probably come back down and try to meet the simple moving average at some point here. Once you see volatility start to curl, then you'll see they'll try to decrease volatility, drop down price, and kind of remove the amount of volatility that's happening in the market by dropping that price down, at least down to the simple moving average, unless there's just so much buying pressure that there's nothing they can do to keep it from stopping from running up. Alan says, Alan says, hey Casey, not been around for a while. Why are you still talking about tasting cow patties, weirdo? I gotta keep saying it. There's certain things I gotta keep saying because there's a lot of cow patty tasters out there. I can see them. They like tasting them. Let me tell you, man, it happens. So no, actually, Mac and Bees. I've not been able to find this particular pattern on any other squeeze play. AMC happens to have it. Why? I have no idea. I wish I could tell you. I wish I could explain why I see it in this happening in AMC and not elsewhere. I don't have an answer for you. All I can tell you is I can see these cycles occurring, and there's the 4 phases in each cycle. Well, there's actually a 5th phase, which is the cool down period, which is in between each cycle. But I see these. They repeat themselves over and over. I've tried to compare to other squeeze plays in the past to see if they have similar properties, and I don't see the same properties. So I can't explain it, quite honestly. I don't know why. I don't think so, Weekend Warrior. Just because I feel like I'm seeing that the failure delivers are kind of under control. Um, I don't think so. But at the same rate, though, I don't see a massive amounts of buying pressure either. So this could be in regards to, what could be causing this. What we'll do here in 5 minutes is we'll take a look at off exchange and see how much of our off exchange data is being traded. If it's not as high as normal and price is running, then I would suggest that it's a bull trap. Balaclava, good to see you again, buddy. Gap fill in the first hours. What you got to remember, Alan, is that it's not all Americans, right? I mean, there's the great thing about America is we're diversified. We have people from everywhere here. So careful, because you're talking about the whole world. We're very diversified. Yeah, there was some very strange movement in the VIX yesterday, in contrast to how the market actually reacted. I don't think so, Sammy boy. I'm actually, believe it or not. Good morning, AP. Oh, since AP's here, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and talk about it one more time. Because I talked about it earlier this morning, but I don't know that he was here, so I'm gonna talk about it again because I want to give him a lot of credit for this. Um, but let me finish that thought process that I had here. Sammy boy, I don't think that oh, okay. You're not talking about me. Okay, good. Phew. I thought you were talking about me. AMC the movie will be one of the Apes' legacy. I think so. I do think so. So let me show you guys what AP's been working on. I asked him to work on this for me because I'm not really good with script creating or hyperlinks. But what I'm showing you right here, I went straight to it. I didn't mean to, but I'd like to present to you guys the AMC dashboard, and we're going to get this pumped out to everybody in a little bit. This is kind of like a quick preview. For a long time, I've had this dream of wanting to be able to provide to you guys this page that I show you all the time in a much cleaner format and have it something that you can check whenever you want to that will automatically update on its own and give you guys the information that you want and have access to it when you want to have the access. So even though I look at it on the hour, you guys could access it whenever you wanted to, and you could just look at the data for yourself. So we're working on the dream on making it happen, and this is the beginning of it. This is the very first draft of it, and essentially what when this is all set up, I think this is going to be really cool. There's a couple features here, and I'm going to mention them out loud since AP's here listening. AP is fully responsible for putting all this together so far. He's been monumental in creating and helping with pushing this forward, and I can't even thank him enough. But it's great because it comes down to right now, all I got to do is hit this refresh button here, and it goes through. You'll watch over here on the left hand side. It's going to go through and it's going to pull all the data from a bunch of different websites, and then you'll see on the left hand side over here that the time is going to change when it's done updating. Usually it only takes about 10 seconds. Did I hit it? Maybe I didn't hit it. Oh, I didn't hit it. Now I'm hitting it. Now it's going. And what it'll do is when it refreshes, it's going to post the last refresh time in there, and put up the data for us. Of course, it's taking its time right now, probably because I'm streaming. You guys know how bad my internet connections are. It worked earlier this morning at 6:16 when I did it just fine. It's running. I can see it's running all the data. You can see the data is starting to change here. One of the changes that one of the additions that we're going to be adding to this. There we go. They just updated to 9 a.m. One of the additions that we're going to do to this is I want to have under borrowed shares this data collect. I want to see this data collect into a like a historical what's the word I'm looking for? A historical recording of borrowed shares that have been occurring. So every time that it refreshes, the data is always there and is always kept, so we can see what that what it's been doing over time, and we don't miss anything. Like it's a historical record documentation of what's been happening. Because if you'll notice, look down here at the very bottom, August 2nd, at 12:48 this morning, they were returning shares. You can't see it because you can't see the other previous data, but they had returned some shares this morning. So this is I want to have some kind of document, an archive, an archive of the data, so that if we want to, we can just flip to the page and see what it's been from the past, see what the changes are over time. One of the other changes as well, and I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. I need to start writing this stuff down. One of the other changes I think I mentioned earlier this morning, but there's short exempt data, trading data that shows up on the page. We can set up different tickers to show up on here as well, like AMC Entertainment, how many shares have been traded, the current going price. It's still a work in progress, but man, he has really gotten far on this. We've got our options data over here on the right-hand side. Top mutual fund holders is showing up on the page. Top institutional holders, you can watch that. This would be good to have perhaps like also an archive on this as well, to see how some of our top institutionals, how they change. And reverse repo data on the page. SSR trigger points, the closing price, current low, and trigger price of that, percentage holding of shares, how much is held by insiders, institutions. Oh, one of the other things, that's what it was. One of the other things eventually that I'd like to be able to do is, plug in your ticker, whatever ticker it is you want to, and perhaps maybe the dashboard will change to whatever ticker you choose. And it'll just pull up all the information on a single page. There is Ortex. What you'll notice is that it's missing Ortex data in here. You can also click on like call options, and it'll pull you over to call options and show you all the call options that are occurring, which will be updated on the hour. And we can look at put options. But it's really cool, man. There's some. We're on. I think we're on track to putting together Stonko Tracker 2.0. and what I love about this is AP called it FUD Killer. This is the FUD Killer page, and I love it. I think it's great, and I can't wait to be able to share this with everybody and just let people have at it. If it's a live breathing document and people want to make additions and present them and as possibilities on how we can make it better, I think it would be. I want to see it become a living, breathing document. I really do. That's my dream. So we'll try to push this out. I'm going to be spending some time this weekend working on that and putting it out. I know I know you guys are probably like chomping on the bit now that you've seen it. You go like, oh my gosh, got to get my hands on that like right away. Give me a time. Give me a little bit of time to revise it, add a little bit of stuff in there. There is one of the things that we're working on with Ortex data, because I want Ortex data to be able to publish onto it. We're running into some issues to where, that's proprietary information that Ortex has, and I can't just put it out there for you guys to be able to see my password and log in and get a hold of that information. So we're trying to figure out like a way so that we can get that information to pop up on there just for AMC, so that's reported once on the hour every hour, and that people can't refresh it and have it like parse or try to find data from Ortex constantly. So we're working on it. Nikki says Google Drive ? Eventually. Eventually, I think we'll make this into a Google Drive type deal that people can just access. But give props. I had the dream. Give the props to AP, and I see Joe McLean said that he put it together. He showed me how to kind of work and make additions. I give him a lot of credit for this. All the credit, really. Yeah, running history. Let me see. Let me read what you guys are saying here. I see 1623. I see 1635 a run down to 1603 and then back up to where we're at 1624 right now, Amy. Bill H says, "Will this be a separate YouTube channel?" No, it's going to be a document that you guys can access. I'll give you a link. My thought process is that I'd like to just give a link that you can go to. I can't promise like a website, but I'm thinking more of along the lines of like an open source Google document that you can at least view. I don't know if I'm going to be able to give people access to it. We're in the process of trying to work out some of those bugs. But my dream is to just make it so that you can just access and view it. I'd love for you to be able to. We might be able to give out a version that doesn't have Ortex data that you could just have, and you can update it whenever you want to and make it your own. But the Ortex version will probably have to be controlled by me. So I've got somebody else helping me as well, Nikki, and who knows Google, who uses Google. Shoot, I can't think what it's called. Google Excel. It's not Excel, but it's Google, whatever it is. And he might work on it from that side. I think AP knows a little bit about it, and they might work in conjunction together and try to make it so it's a spreadsheet that Google Drive can run. Hey Remtac, just focus on the road, man. passive watcher. All right, sounds good, AP. Tonight works for me. Tonight definitely works for me, so we can work on it tonight. Google Sheet, thank you. I couldn't think of the name. Google Sheets. Google's got Sheets. So I'm really excited about that. Let's take a look at our numbers. Because see, this is what I would love it to replace. Every single day I come in here and I tell you guys, let's take a look at the numbers. And what I would love to do is to just basically be able to focus on a single page, which is what it looks like I do when I take you guys over to see this. But that's not necessarily the case. When I take you guys over to this page, all you're seeing is really just, hold on a second, I'm having problems logging into. logging into my account here. When I take you guys to this page, all you're seeing is like a link, or you're seeing captured images off of different pages, and it doesn't really give you guys the ability to be able to have like interaction or a say in when the data is updated, or I don't know. I want more availability for you guys to be able to have your own. You don't need to have to watch me. That's what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say in a roundabout way is that you don't need to have to watch me. And if I can give you guys the ability to have your own power, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do everything that I possibly can in my power to give you guys the power to track the data in an easy fashion, so that you're not having to travel across many different websites to pull all the information that you need into one spot. So that's the goal here. I don't want you guys to be self-reliant. I want you guys to be able to do it on your own. And feel like I can make that happen is by making it easier. All right, I'm logged into my broker. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider it. Since I can't see what it is you guys are writing now, hold those thoughts and comments for me just briefly here while we go through some of this data. But let's take a gander at what's going on with some of our data here, since we're already almost 45 minutes into trading for the day today, and I'm running behind. Give me just a second while I move a couple pages around, and we'll take a look at what's going on here. This is. I would be able to not have to move pages around. That would be the great part about having a dashboard. I don't have to move pages around. I could just be like, yep, there's the data right there. It's all on one page. Really cool. It'd be neat stuff. All right, so let's take a look at what we got going on here. Price prediction tally points. Everybody got their price predictions in. Let's see here. I have price for Eric. Okay, Eric's got his. He texted me. Give me 1 second to enter in his data. All right. So I've got 1425 to 1720. Eric's got 1520 to 1820. Keto has 1413 to 1713, and Monty has 1501 to 1801. Eric and Monty are a little more bullish than Keto and I are. Nothing wrong with that. It's great. I actually was going to do 1450 to 1750 based on what the market's doing. I do feel like we're kind of moving in the direction the market is. We struggle with the market when the market struggles, so that's kind of the reason why I had a lower number. But we all got our price prediction tally points for yesterday. Every single one of us got it right. Let's see here. Short exempt volume was up almost double what it was day over day to 240,000. Utilization, we are on day number 121 straight business trading days of utilization being 100%. We had an increase yesterday of 5.56%, giving us 1 of 3 days needed for that indicator. Max pain is 14 again today, guys. $14 is max pain. That was 14 yesterday, 14 today. I expected to see it drive up at least 50 cents, and it didn't. I was actually guessing 15 was going to be the new value, but it wasn't. It's still 14. Taking a look at AMC volume. Let's check it out here. Volume. Where did my page go? Oh, there it is. Off exchange volume, I would expect to see somewhere around 44%, and EDGX somewhere between 10 and 11 at this time in the morning. But in actuality, we have 58.94% in the off exchange and 12.48 in the EDGX, giving us a grand total of 71.42% of our volume going through just those two exchanges, off exchanges. It's really high data. It's high. It's high like Snoop Dogg. That's really high. It's not that high. It's not as high as Snoop Dogg, but it's high. Taking a look at institutional ownership, earlier this morning when I refreshed, we had an increase of about 100,000 shares to 190.677. I just updated. It's now 190.8. So another additional 130,000 shares there. being reported on Fintel. Taking a look at Ortex data a little more closely, just reading off some of the numbers. Ortex currently reporting a borrowing of, let's see here, it's refreshing. See, I wouldn't have to wait for this. I could just have it would automatically refresh for me. I wouldn't have to refresh anything. Man, I can't wait to get this thing going. Okay, so we're showing a return of about 5. Wow, is that really million? Okay, so I'm seeing a return of 5.74 million shares. That is really high, guys. We usually start seeing fireworks with price when we used to jump anything over 3 million positive or negative on either borrowed or returns over 3 million. Right out the gate here, we're already in a return of 5.74 million shares for the day today. That's really high. Cost of borrow averages at 10.35. Cost of borrow max is at 13.32. Min is at 8.91. Shares on loan, it did increase about 800,000 shares day over day to 143.75. And our current short share interest of the free float, because of the return of the 5.74 million, has dropped pretty dramatically from 19.55 to 19.14%. We'll take a look at the numbers here in just a minute. Let's take a look at the options first, though. So far, the highest amount of volume is for a $16 strike. Yep, here's our cow patty steppers here, guys. We got these cow patty tasters. They're tasting these cow patties. At a $16 strike price, we've got 13.8 thousand contracts. That alone, 13.5 was the most that we had yesterday. Our first 45 minutes of trading in this market already has the same amount of volume. It's really high. 13.8 thousand contracts at 16. On the puts, highest amount of volume on the put side is at a $15.50 strike price, which is $1 higher than what it was yesterday, with a total of 1.5 thousand contracts. Huge amounts of volume for calls over puts. Market kind of signaling perhaps a closing price somewhere between 15.50 and 16 for the day today. Let's take a look at that Ortex data a little bit more closely. There's our utilization for the 121 straight trading days. Zoom in on loan amount, and here you have the increase, 142.91 to 143.75. On loan average age per day, increasing. So that's pretty standard. I mean, we only had like 800,000 shares increase on loan amounts. So that's not usually enough to knock down your on loan average age per day, which rose from 54.81 to 56.49. And then taking a look at estimated short share interest of the free float, it did increase day over day from 19.49 to 19.55. Security lending volume did decrease day over day just slightly from 11.06 to 10.12. Oops, hold on a second. Oh, that's right. That works. Failure to delivers. What I want you to notice first off is 7/14 was the last reported date, and it was only 205,000 shares. I can break this down for you guys a little bit and tell you how that came to be. That a lot of the security lending volume that occurred after the 28th, when we had 9.6 million, went towards pushing down the failure to delivers. And I can break that down and show it to you. If you want me to. But today is the last day, would be the last day of the T plus 35 for the 9.6 million. So I'm not expecting a whole lot of out of this, but they are returning shares today. Are already at 5 million. Let's see. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME's in 22nd with 64% buys to 36% sales. AMC is in 16th with 48% buys to 52% sales. Trigger price is $13.83. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they did borrow those shares earlier this morning, returned most of them, and then almost reborrowed those right back again. I'm going to count that as 250,000 shares. Let's see what they did out of the ETFs. Mainly just returns in the ETFs. So out of that 250,000, I'm going to count it all because I didn't count some of the earlier volume. So we're going to call this 550,000 shares borrowed for the day-to-day according to Stonko Tracker, and fees have dropped down to 6.9%. Nice. 82.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 38.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 33.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 3.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. These out of the money calls have dropped underneath 100K, which is nice to see. I don't know how long that's going to last for. NASDAQ is down 0.44, Dow Jones is down 0.85, the S&P 500 is down 0.56. It looks like the futures were accurate about market opening around 0.5% down. We currently have a mixed market though, because we have 3,656 decliners to 3,084 advancers. So very mixed market. VIX is up 7.62, so the SPY should be down. The SPY is down 0.5%, almost down 0.6 now. Should be more than that though with the VIX that high. VTI is for those of you guys who are just joining this morning. We had ETF.com finally reporting a new winner with the highest amount of shares held within a ETF, and it's VTI, which is Vanguard's. More than likely, it's their Russell 1000 position. Let's see. Vanguard total stock market. Let me see what this says on the profile. It just says Vanguard total stock market ETF. But IWD is the Russell 1000 value ETF that we moved into. So there was a question if it was going to be B or D. D is the answer. We finally got that answer. VTI is down 0.58. IWD is down 0.45. Tesla is up 0.54. Amazon is down 0.1. Cinemark is up 1.2. Doge is down 3.44. Bitcoin is down 2.2. GameStop is up 3.25. HYMC is down 6.31. Hood is down 0.67. NCMI is down 0.63. And AMC is up 5.73%. Inflow versus outflow, we have roughly $11 million more in outflow, roughly. 11.83 million shares having been traded so far. So we've got a lot of extra volume that I wasn't expecting to see. So let's see what kind of pace we're on here after 54 minutes of trading. We're on pace for 85.5 million shares traded for the day today. So we're definitely going to see, if things keep going the way that they're going, we should see a spike in volume today to some extent. Because even if we went to 60 million day over day, that would be a pretty big spike from the 20s that we've been hitting. The question is how much of a price spike are we going to see here? Obviously, this number is going to come down. That 85.5 is going to come down a bit. I would suggest that we'd probably see maybe 50 around that amount, maybe, which is obviously going to be higher than what I suggested in pre-market, which was 15 to 35. Just taking a look at Vortex Indicator and RSI here on the weekly. Time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.27, which is just below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.11, which is above average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 74.76, signaling that it's overbought. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 75.23, suggesting overbought as well. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 66.99, which is above average, having double topped on RSI here today so far. Taking a look at Ichimoto, we have conversion line above baseline, price above the cloud, lagging line well above price line. This is a pretty strong buy, but it became a strong buy as early as yesterday, right around probably 11:30 in the morning. You can see that's where likely the buying pressure came from. It's when price does touch the conversion line like this, it could be your first indication of weakness, but not necessarily a selling point for swing/day traders. It really depends on what the next candle is going to look like. If you get multiple touches into the conversion line or a touch on the base, it could be a selling point. So this is where a day trader might come over here and take a look at the 4-hour and see if there's strength on the 4-hour. And sure enough, conversion line above the baseline, price actually topping outside the cloud on the upper side, lagging line well above price line, and price is moving quite decently with the indicator. So on a 4-hour time interval, it still shows strength, pretty good strength. $15.89, guys, was the number that we needed to break in order for me to tell you that we could be seeing some new highs in price. This also means, and this is where I'm going to start tracking price upwards. So our current new high is $16.45. What this also means that you got to remember is that means that this is now ready for another synthetic price failure. Anytime you break past that 15% up mark from a bottom, which was 1382, and the 15% up was 1589. Once you break that, once you've solidly broken past that, you now have a reset for synthetic price failures, meaning that we could see at least a 20% move down. So far, we're up to 1645 for a high, which puts us at 19% up from 1382. We'll see if we'll continue to move up higher. So this is where we would start calculating new synthetic price failures and saying like, okay, how far does price need to move down in order for us to know that a synthetic price failure is occurring, and it would be 20% down from whatever the new high is. It starts at 19.5%, excuse me, 19.5% to 20%, and then 21.5% is where paper hands usually occur. All right, with that, guys, I can see what it is you are writing again here. A lot of messages being retracted. Let's see here. Yeah, it does kind of look like that. Kind of looks like the this uh, Fibonacci retracement that I've got here. It looks like 1665-ish. Looks like that could be a level of support that, or sorry, level of resistance that we could hit and potentially break off or down below. But I actually think that this is going to break sooner than that. We do have an ascending wedge with falling volume, which is usually an indication of a breakout going down. I'm going to go ahead and suggest that we see the breakout somewhere right in here. Um, I know I'm leaving out quite a bit of the tip here. I might actually move this back just a tad, just a hair. Uh, Let me just check the trend channel on this though, just to see what it's looking like. Trend channel is actually, I think it's pointing at the bottom side. No, it might be the top. No, it is the bottom. No, it's pointing at the top. Yeah, this should be a breakout going down eventually here. So I think what we're seeing is you're going to see some consolidation, kind of in the range of probably like, if I had to guess, somewhere between 1550 and 1660. You're going to see consolidation in here for a little bit now that we've broken past that 1589 point. We might just see some consolidation for a little bit, let RSI cool down. Another synthetic price failure may occur. It's always a possibility once it breaks past that 15% point. Rose calling for a cup on the 4 hour. Let me take a look real quick here. Oh, yeah, we do. Indeed, we do, sir. Indeed. And if today were going to be the opposite side of the cup, you might see us end the day somewhere around like 1667, perhaps, and then see price maybe tomorrow roll up the rest of the way, or the next couple days maybe roll up the rest of the way, before breaking down to that, breaking down at maybe around the 1837 range and forming the handle. It definitely is a possibility in here. That'll be something to keep an eye on. Usually, when we're on the backside of the cup, I'll say this: look for ascending. The problem is on a 4 hour chart, you're not going to see it as well, but unless it's more spread out. But usually on the backside of a cup and handle, you tend to see ascending parallel channels. So let me put it back up on that 4 channel or 4 hour, and let's take a look at that. Let's see if we see ascending parallel channels that are broken. Possibly ascending parallel channel broken right here, right? I see some touch points in here. You could see it breaking out above. Then you might have a secondary, another channel here, and breaking out above a secondary. This is exactly what you tend to see on the backside of a cup. You see breakouts of ascending parallel channels that continuously break out till it gets to the top, and they usually start out lower in. The incline on the parallel channels become greater and greater and greater. So we might see another consolidation period here, to where we get the next, which would match the other side of this over here. Here's the other side of that ascending. This will be a descending parallel channel on this side, and it'll match it. It'll match this kind of angle, going up the back side of this cup here, and then you get the movement downwards in the handle, and then you get the launch in price. So yeah, good call out. I like it. very, very often. I see it so often that these ascending parallel channels are broken going upwards, which is these are supposed to be bearish indicators. And so when you see the price breaking out going upwards on those, it's almost a pot like that. Once you see like 2 or 3 of these ascending parallel channels broken in the upwards direction, which is not the way it's supposed to go, then it's like 90 like a 98% chance that you're on the backside of a cup and handle. So it's almost like a perfect confirmation of seeing that pattern completing. Myself says it's always safer to leave out the tip. Yeah. Will you partake in one last offered cup? What is that? I'm not even sure what that means. I will definitely. Tomorrow's Drinky Drink Wednesday, and I bought up another bottle. She doesn't know yet. I don't think she doesn't know I bought another bottle. I went. So it was really weird. I went to the liquor store yesterday to pick up the Kahlua so I could have my adventurous ape drink that we do on at the end of the day, and and I had I instinctively went over and picked up a bottle of the rum, and I just grabbed it, and then I realized I wasn't there for the rum. I was there for the Kahlua, but I already had it in my hand, and I walked up, and I was actually the register was starting to ring it out, and I realized I was like, why am I checking out with a bottle of rum when I need Kahlua? And so I was like, hold that order for just a second. So I ran over, grabbed the Kahlua, and then dropped the Kahlua and said, let's just go ahead and get both. Rose says, who needs a handle? I like your style, Ro. I do. I like your style. You're my people. You're my kind of people. Why was the rum gone? No, it's not coconut rum. It's Bacardi Black or Select Label, and that's what we always get. In fact, I feel like those that liquor store is only in business because of us. But the reason it was gone is because we finished the other bottle. Myself says, Casey, I wonder what they and your neighbors think about you, seeing you be a frequent customer at the liquor store and your beard growing. 2 doors down from me, a couple doors down from me, some of my neighbors are AMC shareholders, and every time they drive by, they always honk and wave and say they're still holding, and they know that I do the live stream, and I don't know. I don't know what they think of me, but they're always happy and smiles and uplifting, good people. I don't know what they think though. I don't know what they think. I think they think 2 weeks. And Nikki, just so you're aware, the reason that we get rum is because we mix it with Dr. Pepper, and that's our drink of choice when the wife and I are drinking. It's usually Dr. Pepper and rum. Handles. Blake says handles sold separately. Blake, good to see you. Have you guys ever seen those left-handed mugs only, and it's got like a hole on the other side for where like if a right-handed drinker were to drink out of that side, it would like pour out on them. I think those are funny as hell. Nelson says after 1650, what's the next wall? The next one that I have is 1743, but I probably could do another Fibonacci retracement and find some more. I'm sure there's got to be another point in there between 1665 and 1743. There's got to be something in the middle somewhere. And we could actually probably go back and look historically and see where we've had. Let's just go back in time here just a little bit and see where we've had some like resistance and support. It looks like I would say that there's also probably some resistance. Excuse me, I got the hiccups. Looks like we might have some resistance at like 1681. So after 1665, probably 1681, there might be a little bit of resistance at 1717. But it looks like we might be pretty clear all the way up to 1731 after that. And indeed, it is breaking out upwards. It didn't quite make it to my box, and I moved back just slightly, which I'm regretting. It does look like we're testing off that 1665. Let's see if this doesn't drop back down and inside the wedge again. Maybe like a fake break to the top, and then testing that level of resistance there at 1665-ish. I'm gonna hold this for right now and see what happens. Steve S., good morning to you. Yes, spinning the cup would make it left-handed. Dogecoin, congratulations on your sobriety, man. I'm a strong supporter of those uh, who struggle with alcoholism. I mean, I'm a supporter in the way that I support you being, I want to say clean, but that's not the right word. I want to support you in you not being an alcoholic. So congratulations on 2 years. It's awesome. It always makes me feel like really. I have some really good friends that are AA members, and it makes it really difficult for me when we go out together because I try to be respectful and not drink in front of them. But they've made it quite adamantly clear that it's okay for me to do what I want to do. But it just feels weird. So it makes me feel weird a little bit when I talk about it and knowing that there's people who are struggling. So I appreciate. I want to respect you, man. I want to respect you. Steven says, how long did they keep us at 13 to 14 after we almost hit $19? I will tell you. Actually, I probably won't tell you. I haven't been tracking the data like I'm supposed to. So let's see, 13. So we almost hit 18 right here. We can go back and take a look at it, and because I haven't been writing down the dates like I should be. So we can go back and track it real quick here. 1837 is the price we're looking for. Let's see. There's our 1837, which was 721. 3, 6, 7. It's been 8 trading days. Today's the 8th trading day since we've been down. Olin says, Casey, don't you feel like this is kind of part of the trading day to make moves like this? I'm not sure if I understand the question. You're welcome, Doge Colt. You can. You can have a good time without it. It's awesome. Absolutely. Alcohol not required to live life. Joe, man, I'll tell you what. I was hooked on energy drinks for a long time as well. And then I started having some serious gut pains. And as soon as I stopped drinking them, I felt so much better. But I do have a Red Bull on occasion, just every once in a while. Steve says, end of week 34, would that not be nice? It would be. There'd be a lot of options in the money as well. We just printed a TD9, guys, on the way up here. I'm still watching to see. I don't. We got to break past the 1665 pretty hard here. Otherwise, I think we'll fall back down into that wedge. I'm hoping it happens, but I'm not going to hold my breath. We haven't been hitting. We did print a TD9, but we haven't been hitting the top side of the Bollinger Band, which means that volatility is extremely high. Duncan says, pulled every single available share. Guess they are nervous. I mean, they did. They've returned 5 million shares this morning, Duncan. When I ran the numbers at 9 o'clock, they had already returned 5.74 million shares. Somebody's panicking. That's pretty bullish. 5.74 million shares to be returned this morning is a pretty large statement. Give me a second, guys. I'm going to go hit the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Curtis says, I'm all about the energy drinks. It's a must being a first responder and working 8-hour work weeks. Man, I feel for you. So at some of the jobs that I've worked in the past, semiconductor industry, I've worked first responder positions in ERT, and yeah, we don't have it nearly as bad as you have it, but working nights definitely. It is. I understand what you're going through to a small degree. Archer's 61 years old, never had a drop of alcohol, man. Congratulations. Ooh, Doge, that sounds terrible, man. With the coffee. Shares returned update. Yeah, we're gonna look at it in 9 minutes. I'll update it in 9 minutes, but it should stay updated. Although I feel like it's not live. Casey's Broken Mug says, Casey, I kid you not, I worked with a guy who never had a drink in his life and was barred from 3 bars in one of our big cities. This guy just loved life and music. He'd been dude dancing on tables. Wow. Price prediction by the end of the day, Nelson. Let's see. Let me tell you. I've got 4 different ones. I've got myself, or mine, Eric's, Keto's, and Monty's predictions, and these are not meant as financial advice. I had 14.25 to 17.25. Eric had 15.20 to 18.20. Keto had 14.13 to 17.13, and Monty had 15.01 to 18.01. So those are the predictions. They're not meant as financial advice. It's just those are the price predictions that we came up with for the day today. No, Dan. Closing positions, the covering would have been margin calls. Closing positions, yes. If short interest sees price, if there's institutions that are holding short interest that's still in the money, and they know price is going to start heading up, they close it out as fast as they can. And so seeing 5.75 million shares being returned after the first 45 minutes of trading in the morning is extremely bullish. It would have been a closing position, not a covering. Man, that's a great question, Big Tramp. I really don't know. I really don't know in Bitcoin. I thought there was a potential chance that it looked like there might have been like a head and shoulders forming, but it never actually completed. And it would have needed, in my opinion, it would have needed to pass 24.8, and it never did. It made it 24.6 and never made it past 24.8. I think, I don't know. I don't know when it's going to go down, but I still tend to think that it's going to head down towards this next level, 13K. And I don't know when. I wish I could tell you. Nelson says, I take everything you say as entertainment purposes. Thank you. Myself says, can we all pretend we're squeezing for a few minutes? Let's just hug each other. Harry says, I just love it when we hop over one of your boxes. It is kind of fun, isn't it? That's a great question. Delayed Noise says, do you think AMC will dip tomorrow? I'm telling you, there's cow patties that are being stepped in left and right now in the options, and we'll see in 6 minutes when I pull them up. I mean, just to give you an example, Delayed Noise, if you look at the options on the call side, the volume that we had in the first 45 minutes of trading was larger, and then all the volume that we had yesterday combined for calls. So it's a it's a a cow patty type stepping kind of day, and you can almost be guaranteed that there's going to be institutions that would love to collect on those premiums. from those derivatives that have been opened up from this run. So my hope is that people, if people are playing options, they're doing their due diligence and getting out before while they still got some money out of them. Blake says, "Wait, this isn't LMNOP?" Nope. But have you heard about Melvin Capital? Man, my stomach's talking to me today. Four more minutes, guys, and we'll check out our numbers here. Yeah, volume prediction way off this morning, ABC. Volume prediction this morning was 15 to 35 million. So this is unexpected volume. We're already over the 15 amount. I do want to look at HYMC's volume as well. Okay, a normal day for HYMC would be somewhere between 2 and 3 million shares in a day. They're already hitting 2 million right now. AMC currently at 1684. We're up 9.43% for the day today. But Donkey Song, have you ever tried? I have tried fasting. Actually, I kind of live my life like that a little bit. But Donkey Kong, I do intermittent fasting ever since I've been, I don't know, in my 20s, and I've gotten a lot of negative feedback from people over the years. My body works better that way. I was doing intermittent fasting without anybody ever having said anything back in since I was in my 20s, 20 years ago. It works better that way. A lot of people say like, yeah, but your insulin spikes. I go like, yeah, but I feel better. I don't have a problem with it. Um, so it's kind of just the way I tend to eat anyways. I'm trying to look for what I really want to see right now is an ascending parallel channel that's supposed to have a breakout going down and then watch it break up. But I'm not seeing it right this second. But I'm going to track this support line. If we do break underneath the support line, you could potentially watch for a drop here. Alrighty, guys, it's time to take a look at our numbers. Hey, Casey, can you explain the delimit order? I need to know what, when, and possible cascading consequences. Let me look that up. I'm not familiar with that. I might know what it is and then just not familiar with the. Let me just check it. Okay. I have not used these before, and it's on the IEX exchange. So yeah, I've never used a delimit order before, so I'd have to do a little. I have to do a little bit of investigating into it and looking into how it works. It looks to me like it's just a discretionary limit where you can just kind of put in like new values is what it's talking about. But I'm gonna have to look into this. Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna have to look into this because I don't know anything about it. I would be talking outside of my knowledge. Sequoia triggered at 10. Yeah, I'm not sure. So it says the very quick definition on this is a discretionary limit delimit behaves like a regular limit order except when the signal predicts the price is about to change. This triggers delimit orders to automatically reprice to one MPV outside that level, and then they give like some descriptions on where that might be and some examples. The NBBO is 1010 times 10.14. Delimit buy order is booked to 1010. The quote is stable. The ISO sell order with a 1009 limit crosses the spread. Trade occurs at that resting price of. That's so complex, man. Like I don't make life easy on yourself. I don't know, man. I think I'd make life easy. Um, I like having control over my orders and where they're bought and sold at. I don't necessarily like setting up stop loss limit orders. Like usually on a limit order, that would be the extent of my trading, and I'd set everything up on my own. So you could probably get real technical with something like that, but I probably would never use it. All right, let me move over to looking at the numbers here. The delimit basically removes the ability of wholesalers to do latency arbitrage. Carlos, I didn't tell you anything about Revlon, so I didn't do anything. That was all on your own. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here, guys. Let's see here. Oh, son of a gun! I just missed extending my session. That's cool. So Fidelity's logging me out already. I literally went over to their page to see what they were doing. They were logging me out, and I just missed. I'd never seen a pop-up screen asking me if I wanted to extend my login. But two-factor authentication, guys, if you don't have it, you may want to consider it. It may help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want there. It does look like we're starting to break that support line. There it is. There's the drop. Taking you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. Let me run through these numbers here. Starting with off exchange. An hour ago it was 58.94 and 12.48 in the EDGX. Let's refresh that and see where we're at now. 59.12 and 12.66 in the EDGX, giving us a grand total of 71.78% of our off-exchange volume going through those two exchanges alone. That's really high. Those numbers are pretty high for this time in the morning. Ortex currently reporting an hour ago that there was 5.74 million shares having been returned, which is extremely high for this time of the day. To see those large of a numbers, it sounds to me like some institutions probably closed out some of their short positions in fears of where price was running to. We have 5.74 returned earlier. It's now 5.69. Not too much of a change, but our current estimated short share interest of the free flow is at 19.14%. Cost to borrow average is at 9.79, cost to borrow max is at 13.32, and cost to borrow min is at 8.59. Expect to see more shares available to borrow here since they did close those out, guys. Shares on loan day over day was an increase by about 800,000 shares to 143.75. And taking a look at the options, here's those cow patty steppers, guys. This is it. We're going to see massive amounts of volume on the call options. Hopefully any retail that's involved in this is making some good money and knowing when to close their positions and not getting stuck here. At a $16 strike price an hour ago, there was 13.8 thousand contracts. There's now 16.4. Very high numbers for this time of the morning, but definitely a slowdown. However, there is some new contracts that are being opened at $17, $18, and $20 ranges. There's quite a bit of volume there. On the put side, at a $14 strike price, which is $1.50 lower than what it was an hour ago. Nope, I take that back. 16. 16 is the highest amount of put options. It's a 50 cents higher than what it was an hour ago. An hour ago at 15.50, there was 1.5 thousand contracts. There's now 3,000 contracts at 16. The market's signaling both call volume and put volume at a $16 range for closing price for the day today. It's unusual to see both call and put with no spread. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers. AMC currently in 16th with 48% buys to 52% sales. Those numbers are low. GME is currently running 21st with 62% buys to 38% sales. I don't like our buy to sell ratio. That's going to end up hurting us going forward. But it is what it is. Trigger price is $13.83 for SSR for the day-to-day, guys. Look at that. Look at that. There's the 5 million shares. People are going to flip out about this. Watch. Just mark my words. You're going to see it everywhere. People are going to be like, where did 5 million shares become available to borrow suddenly? This is outrageous. It's crime. It's not. It's there's those 5 million shares I just showed you on Ortex that, you know, those are short positions that closed out and made 5 million shares available to borrow now. So somebody exited their position shorting. This is bullish, extremely bullish. Here they are showing up as available to borrow again. It's somebody closed out their short position. The shares are there. 6.9. They haven't borrowed anymore since those have been returned. 6.9% is the fee. You can imagine that some of the borrowing fees are probably going to come down with more available shares to borrow. Currently, we have 82.4 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 38.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 33.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 3.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is breaking even. Dow Jones is down 0.61. S&P 500 is down 0.19. We currently have slightly more advancers than decliners in the market right now, with 3,415 advancers to 3,365 decliners. The VIX is only up 2.1 versus the 7% that it was up earlier. So it looks like we may have a market turnaround the other direction here. VTI is for those of you who are just finding out, VTI is the new largest ETF holder of AMC shares, and it's currently down 0.15. IWD is down 0.18, which is also it's the Russell 1000 BlackRock ETF. Tesla is up 2.31, Amazon is up 0.16, Cinemark is up 2.73, Doge is down 2.06, Bitcoin is down 1.5, GME is up 3.21, HYMC is down 9.48, Hood is down 0.17, NCMI is up 0.63, and AMC is up 5.86, but currently at $16.29 a share. We have $18 million more roughly in outflow than inflow this morning. Volume so far for the day today is at 20 million shares so far, so we're getting some good unexpected volume. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here. After 102 minutes of trading, looks like we're on pace for 76.8 million shares traded for the day today. That probably will come down some more. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.47. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.57, which is above average. On an hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 72.72, signaling that we are overbought. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.98, which is above average after having signaled for quite most of the opening of the market that we were overbought. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.87, which is slightly above average. So maybe we get a little bit of consolidation in here between $16 and $16.65. We did hit a TD9 down, and we're touching the Bollinger Band here quite a bit on the way down, so we may see price move back towards that simple moving average, which is the red line. And with that, I can see what you guys are saying. It's good if people are. I would. I'm gonna have to do some research into how it works, MGTO. But the other part of the equation is if we're using it. If we're not using it, then it's not. It's not the case. It's not. I don't know. MG is saying something to Carlos. I'm not sure what that's about, but yeah, IEX only has that order type. Yep. What Yo just said right there is correct. It's gonna be and here's the other part. Yeah, how do you get there from here? Only some brokers have access to that. Only some brokers allow you access to IEX. So that's part of the trick here, right? I mean, it's this is not the end of all of the problems. You have to be with a specific broker in order to be able to have access to that exchange. So not everybody uses that. Um, so it's not available to everyone. There's some good there's some good information on Reddit about where, because I don't really want to like, here's the problem I've got. If I tell you guys which brokers have IEX or allow access to IEX trading, then to me it feels like I'm pushing that as a something you should do, and I don't think that's right of me to do. So if you want to find out which brokers have IEX trading or allow that, there's a lot of information on Reddit in regards to where you can get your orders pushed through that IEX exchange. So I would go to Reddit to research that and find that out. Um, I just don't I don't want to advertise because I feel like it's just kind of irresponsible for me to do. Other people in here can say, um, so I don't have a problem with anybody else saying it. I just don't want to. Forrest, welcome back. Jeffrey, these are great questions that I don't know the answers to. I have not done any research into delimit at all. I guess one of my concerns, Jeffrey, would be this: if you're putting in a delimit order for values that are less than what the market's trading at, and I talked about this the other day, you're essentially what you're doing is you're incentivizing the market to drop price to get to fill your order at a lower price, because what you're doing is you're saying I'm willing to buy at this lower price, and so you're helping to push price downwards. So just kind of keep that in mind. If a delimit order works the same way as a regular limit order, it's just simply looking for um, changing or adjusting your buying points based off of market movement, then it still could potentially act as a negative pressure to price movement. I'd have to sit down and kind of analyze how the orders work exactly to give you a better um, synopsis of how the orders may impact price movement. But I haven't done it yet though. I haven't this is the first I'm hearing about it. I haven't looked into it at all. MG, take care, man. Uh, Christ is king. I'm sorry, I'm gonna remove that comment. There's one rule around here: we don't just do random shout outs of stocks. Myself says the last time he looked up Flash Boys, he didn't like it. Yo says, I thought it was odd how quiet it was about Kenny losing that suit. It was kind of a huge deal. Read up on Flash Boys as a touch of DD. Touch your DD. Oh, man. You guys. Too much. All right. It's time for me to go to break. Carlos is saying, can anyone explain to me about the MOASS? I bought AMC at $15. Okay. So, first off, Carlos, you probably shouldn't go around telling everybody how many shares you bought or anything like that. Just kind of throwing that out there because, you could potentially become a target. There are definitely people within the community, or there's people within our community who are targeting people who have positions. They're looking for people who have any kind of sizable position at all, and they're targeting those individuals. So I would highly recommend that you not advertise that kind of information. It's your money, it's your choice, but and I can understand like what some people kind of see it as like a badge of honor to say how many shares they have, but it's really nobody's business other than your own. Um, but in regards to when you bought, is everyone holding for something? I'm new here in the USA, so welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgy. If you don't know what's going on here, there is a link that I could probably find for you that can give you a huge historical background on what's happening. It's kind of odd to put in that much money into something that you're not quite sure what it is you're invested in. So I would highly recommend that you start doing some reading. Know what it is that you're investing in. Let me see if I can find the post that I'm talking about. Oh, I think it's called Complete Timeline. And I don't know that it's necessarily been updated recently, but that's okay. It doesn't necessarily have to be updated for your purposes, just to kind of give you an idea of where we're at. I wonder if I saved it to my. Oh, here it is. Endless DD about AMC. Ultimate Timeline. That's it. That's the one. This is a great link. I'm saving this to my. I'm gonna save this one. How do I save it? I forgot. I can't remember how to save this. 1 second. There it is. Save. So I'll just give you this link here, and I think there's some incredibly useful information here. Know your history. If you want a long read, that will keep you reading for, I don't know, probably at least a week, I would imagine. But what I would highly recommend the most on that is probably the timeline, the Ultimate AMC timeline. That's probably one of the best reads that you probably could find in regards to where we're at, what we've been through, why we're here, what's happened along the way, and what I mean. It's just it's pretty crazy. There's a lot of good information in there. I'm looking at it right now and I'm scrolling down to see how updated it is. Looks like it goes up to, is that July of this year? No, it's May 2024. All right, it looks like it only goes up to like May 24th of Oh, no, no, no. It goes up to July 29th of this year. No, they've got it all. I'm actually just gonna link you to this right here. This Google document is massive and is probably one of the most um, comprehensive files that I've seen out there on the history of AMC and what's been happening here. Hood crypto unit fined $30 million. Interesting. Steve says somebody should make that. Steve. The problem is there's nothing simple about this, except for the fact that it's just buy and hold. It's probably the most exciting part about all of this. Like, there's so much complexity, but the simplest thing is what causes it to work, right? And that's the beauty behind all this, Steve, is that we don't have to make this complex. Uh, when we try to make it complex, it becomes something that it's not supposed to be. It really just is buy and hold, and that's it. There's nothing else. That's how easy as it gets. Yeah, I keep tabs, Brian McCarthy. I keep tabs, man. Don't worry. I watch. But there is the complexities that are involved in what's been happening, Steve, are pretty massive. And really, if you go back in time and go back to the fundamentals of what it is that was accomplished from the first time with GME, and then you start to realize that it just isn't that complex, that you don't have to do anything other than what it is that we're already doing. It's just that people get tired of time. And what I would say to people is this: part of the reasons why my rules state, you never invest. Rule number one, um, only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. Why? Because time is supposed to be on our side, not theirs. So the way you make time on our side is you don't care how much you've got invested in this. You're just holding. You're either buying, you're holding, or you're buying and holding, but time should be on your side. And it's only when you make time against you that it becomes a problem. And that's when people try to force things to happen because they're too worried about making something happen. And then there's adverse effects from trying to make things happen that nobody really thinks about. They don't think about, like, what if I do X, what's Y and Z going to be? And so they run to these conclusions of, oh, we must do this to cause this to happen. Well, go back and watch. Go back and watch. I always get the two movies mixed up. Is it the Margin? No, it's The Big Short. Go back and watch The Big Short. Those guys thought the same exact thing. They're like, sure, we got to do something. We got to start shorting this, or we got to start. They started doing things that ended up screwing them up in the end. All they really needed to do was just short the housing market. That's all they needed to do because it was coming one way or the other. And it was only, they actually got themselves into a position to where they shouldn't have been shorting other things. So go back and watch the movie. You'll see what I'm talking about. But I'm going to head out to break here, guys. All right. Rodrigo is getting hidden. Same exact message. Goodbye. That message was the same exact message from before from somebody else. So I'm going to go ahead and hide anybody who says those same things. If you guys, moderators, if you see that same similar message, the message is watch AMTD get all the HKD money funneled into it. Those Chinese big ballers saying it can't go to 1,002. Guys, watch for that. There's going to be people pushing other stock positions for the day. Be ready to silence those. Yep, Monty, not a problem. I'll bring the music on. Let me get the message up here first. Alrighty, guys. See you in a bit.
Struggling to find the perfect music for your productions? Musicvine is home to the best production music in the world for productions that demand more. License a higher quality of music with Musicvine.
Hey, you're currently listening to 92 Elm on Upbeat. This is one of hundreds of tracks that you can access and download when you upgrade to Upbeat Premium.
Dang, guys, that's some serious legit, like, I don't know what kind of music that is, but damn. It's like I feel like I got assaulted. My my poor ears. I think they're a little violated. Oh man, that's some serious like rave music right there, man. You guys like that stuff? You guys have been saying some nice things about it, so I don't know. Curtis, man, come on. You know we don't do that. Mac and B says SWAT Team 6 music. Carl says I've never heard that kind of music before. I'm telling you, man. I felt my ears were assaulted a little. I have to hear it at a louder volume than you guys do. So when I put on my headphones, I was like, "Whoa!" I was getting blasted. All right, let's take a look at our numbers, guys. I went ahead and signed in to my broker. If you guys have two-factor authentication with your broker, you might want to consider it. Let's take a look at what's going on here. Stevie Blunder, you're welcome. uh, the problem. So you want to be really honest. I'll be blunt. I'll be truthfully, bluntly honest with you right here. I'm telling you, Stevie, that I'm just like everybody else, and I wanted to see if there was a way that I could swing trade AMC a long time ago, last year, long time ago. And this is what caused me to do a bunch of the research that I had done originally in the first place, and trying to figure out how a squeeze play works, some of the dynamics that are behind it, seeing if I could find patterns that were occurring from previous squeeze plays that had happened in the past. And I came to a very shocking realization that that if you try to, there are ways that you can swing trade something like this and you can be successful at it. However, um, if you try to do that, there will be a point in time where you're going to get left behind, and it's just the nature of the game. You the way that the rules are set up for us trading in the market, you can't swing trade this stuff, man. Like it's gonna you're gonna some portion of your portfolio, even if you were to try to break up your portfolio into sections so that you could do this, some portion of your portfolio is going to get left behind, and it's not worth it for me. The trouble and the time that it would take to try and increase my position um, in order for me to advance, and have a portion, and just knowing a portion of my earned shares would end up being left behind isn't worth it when you look at the big picture. And that's why when I came to the determination, what I came to do is that swing trading this and is not going to be the best option for me. I don't want to. I'm not telling you guys that's what you gotta do, but I'm just telling you right now that I don't think that people who are swing trading this are gonna find out that they're. Or I guess what I'm trying to say is they'll find out at some point that it's gonna suck for them really bad. It's gonna suck super bad, and they're gonna be really pissed off that they had ever done that. And it's a once in a lifetime opportunity. You go like, holy crap, I wasted my one time opportunity on doing something I thought was going to help get me ahead of the game, and ended up being behind. So you're welcome, Stevie. I'm being honest with you here. I was looking for a way. I really was. Monty Barger says, not only may you get left behind, you may incur significant losses chasing. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's going to happen. See, when you sit down and you work out the numbers and when you try to figure out and you use like a historical past play to make your positions, and then you see what the time frames are, and you kind of look at the rules that are in place that keep us from doing this kind of stuff. You start to understand what it is that you're dealing with and how you can't do that. It's not going to work out for you. So, but people are going to make mistakes, man, and I can't save everybody, and quite honestly, it's a trust me, bro moment because I can't show you the data that I have, because I think it would be irresponsible for me to do. Um, but I think I just can't show it. But I have it. I have it, and it's something that you have to figure out on your own. Curtis, I don't. I don't think that's the reason we haven't squeezed. If you want to know why it's taken so long, there's kind of dual issues going on here. I do want to take a look at our numbers here, and I'll answer this question, then probably move on. But what I'm going to say is that um, part of the reason why this hasn't squeezed yet is two factors. One, share dilution, and two, um, the second one would be the size, the sheer volume that we have. When you take a look at how many shares in total GME had when they were trying to accomplish what it was that they were doing, it was a much smaller float, and it was way easier to do what it was that they were doing. And so people, I think, are under the impression that with 516 million shares in existence, that something like this is just going to occur overnight because we own the float, and that's not necessarily the case. It's going to take a lot of time. This is a big balloon we got to blow up to pop, and it's a lot of volume. But the good side to that is that the amount of time that our squeeze is going to last for is going to be much, much longer. Just takes more time, but it will be longer. More popping. There's going to be a much bigger pop when this happens. All right, I'm going to move over to the numbers here, guys. I see you guys are writing a lot of other stuff in here, but I'm just going to move on to the numbers because I need to. Rose says a lot like good sex. I don't know what that's the last thing I see. All right, I'm going over the other page. You guys sidetrack me here, and then I'm gonna get off track, and I'm already 20 minutes past the hour. Let's take a look at these numbers here. Hold on one second. You guys are gonna get those sex bots to show back up here in a minute, and then we're gonna be in trouble. We're gonna have all those bad evil people. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on. Off exchange. 59.12 and 12.66 in the EDGX as of an hour ago. Let's refresh that and see where we're at now. 60.11% of our volume is going through the off exchange and 11.74 through the EDGX. That's a total of 71.85. That's it's about where it was an hour ago. It's a little bit higher, not too much, a little bit. It's a lot of volume going through those two off exchanges. Taking a look at the Ortex data here, guys, I knew it. I called it. I went on to Twitter while I was on break, and I was expecting to see a bunch of messages saying like 5 million shares returned. This is um, magic, where does 5 million shares come from? And it's just like, I know it's coming. But it is what it is. I try to do a little bit of damage control on Twitter while I was on break. And that's cool because I think it's good to make sure that people understand where those shares are coming from and why they come back. So borrowed change for the day. Earlier it was 5.69 million shares having been returned. It's now 6.1. So there's been some more shares that have been returned. That's going to again lower that estimated current short share interest of the free float down to 19.12%. Cost to borrow cost to borrow average is at 9.8, max is at 13.32, and min is at 8.59. Expect to see some of those numbers come down with some of those shares having been returned. Shares on loan. Is up 800,000 shares day over day. As you can imagine, with borrowed amounts of shares being returned, that number is going to drop tomorrow, right? We're going to probably see like 135 million, somewhere around that range tomorrow, probably 135, 138, if I had to guess. Not really going to bet on it, but I'll just kind of guess that we're going to see some downwards momentum on that. Taking a look at options, where's the highest amount of volume at currently? An hour ago, for calls, it was at $16 with 16.4 thousand contracts. That is no longer the case. It's moved up to $17 now, and there's 19.6 thousand contracts. 19.6 thousand contracts from 16.4 to 19.6. On the puts, an hour ago, the highest amount of volume was at a $16 strike. That is still the same. It went from 3,000 contracts an hour ago to 4.7 thousand contracts. So there's now about $1 spread between the call and the puts, which makes me feel a little bit better because normally you don't see puts and calls hitting the same. There's usually a spread. So we got a little bit of a spread again, and the market's suggesting maybe a closing price between 16 and 17 for the day today. Let's take a look at orders by Fidelity customers and see where we're at here. I love the fact that we've got good volume today. That's good because we're moving up the list here on orders. What I don't like though is that we have a lower than I would like to see buy to sell ratio. We have 46% buys to 54% sell ratio. We've moved all the way up into 12th position. We're almost in the top 10 most heavily traded stock on Fidelity, but our buy sell ratio sucks butt. It's really not that good. I don't like seeing it that low. I know that there are some people who are selling out of their positions. There might be people who've been holding for a really long time, and I mean, why come this far just to come this far? I can't imagine. If there's anybody who's folding out of their positions right now, it's probably people who may have been holding since they got in at, maybe somewhere close to this price range, and they're willing to take a loss, and they just don't want to be a part of the play any longer. And I'm okay with that. I know that's bound to happen. We will lose people, I promise, before this is all over. But we have more sellers right now than we have buyers, at least according to the orders by Fidelity customers. GME is currently in 22nd position. They have 60% buys to 40% sales, which is the bare minimum that I like to see. They're looking pretty decent. Trigger price for SSR is $13.83. Shares available to borrow is currently at 5.2 million. Don't see any borrowing in the last hour. Fees have dropped from 6.9 to 6.8%. Currently, we have 78.2 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 42.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 34.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 2.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. A lot of cow patties being stepped into today, guys. A lot of cow patties. Taking a look at the market today, we've got the NASDAQ up 0.89, Dow Jones is down 0.19, and the S&P 500 is up 0.38. It's interesting how I can put in a title that it looks like we're going to have a nasty day in the market today, and then suddenly market's doing better. PPT much? I don't know. Advancers, 3,997 to 2,825 decliners in securities. The VIX is down 0.26, so the VIX was up 7% today, guys, and is now flipped to the other side and is down 0.26. We've got the SPY up 0.39, so those are inverse. It's doing what it's supposed to be doing. VTI is up. For those of you just joining in for the day today, we finally have seen the ETF.com website update. VTI is our largest holder for ETF shares. It is up 0.48. IWD is up 0.25. IWD is the BlackRock Russell 1000 ETF. Tesla is up 3.19 or 3.09 rather. Amazon is up 0.135. Man, I can't talk. Is up 1.35. Cinemark is up 3.6. Doge is down 0.38. Bitcoin's breaking even right now. GME is down, or rather up 4.89. HYMC is down 9.05%. I just want to look at their volume real quick. They're at 2.4 million in volume so far, not quite halfway through the day today. So we do have continued volume, but it doesn't look like the buy orders are going to the ask side to raise price. So if you'll notice the order book here, what I'm seeing is a bunch of buy orders, but they're all on the low side, meaning that nobody wants to sell right now for less than 1.06. And all the buyers are sitting there at 1.05 and lower saying, we don't want to buy in for high values. We want to buy in low values. Give it to us cheaper. So the buying volume is there, ready to go, but only if the price drops below certain amounts. These would need to turn into slapping the ask, all these buy orders, and price would probably start launching because looks to me like there's more buy orders on the buy side than there is selling orders on the sell side. So, and it could drive the price up very, very quickly. It could just absolutely explode if these orders went into a buy the ask mode. Taking a look at Hood, Hood is up 1.06. I like how I just said that. Hood. NCMI is, I can't get the growl in there. Hood. NCMI is up 1.58. AMC is up 8.69% for the day today. Inflow versus outflow. $14 million more in outflow than inflow. That's a little bit less than what it was an hour ago, so we're starting to look a little bit better there, but there's definitely more outflow than inflow roughly. We're definitely gonna surpass my volume prediction for the day today, guys. I said 15 to 35 million. Here we're sitting at 27.19. We're just about halfway through the day today. This is a popping action in volume, and is definitely something significant. Let me just figure out what kind of pace we're on here. Let's see, 27.2. We've traded for 179 minutes, putting us on a pace for about 59.2 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's a big drop over the last hour. I think it was like 77 million or something like that was the pace we were on before. Now we're down to 59. So we had quite a drop of volume there. Let's see what that looks like. Where is the start of the last hour? 11:30, right about here. Yep, there's the drop in volume. You can see the Bollinger Band starting to tighten up. Volatility has died. Taking a look at the weekly, just looking at the vortex indicator and RSI, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with what appears to be an imminent crossover of those, a divergence of those numbers here. We've got RSI at 49.47, which is basically average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a crossover here in the last day, with RSI at 61.34, which is above average. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 78.68, which is signaling that it's overbought. On a 30-minute interval, we have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 75.61, signaling it's overbought. And in a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.17, which is above average. Price is starting to take off here a little bit, getting a little bit more volatility. However, it is crawling up the top side of a Bollinger Band. We are at 16.78 a share. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Dynamite says bot orgy. So Yo says they were returned. That's not necessarily borrowed, shorted, and then closed. Um, they would definitely be short. Well, I'll tell you this, Yo. The way that you can tell that they're shorted, that it's short interest, is you can see that the estimated short interest that came down um, during the last, I guess, since this morning was 19.55, right? And we can do a little bit of math. Now, of course, do realize these are just estimations based off of Ortex's data, right? But we started out the morning with 19.55 short interest. We're down to 19.12, right? So that's a percentage of the free float. So let's figure out what the difference is. So 19.55 minus 19.12. 0.43%, right? So all we got to do is take that times 516 million shares, roughly, right? And, oops, hold on a second, I had the wrong number. 0.0043 should be correct. That's 2.2 million shares. So what I'm going to tell you is this: at least 2.2 million of that 6 million shares that have been returned is being estimated to be short interest according to Ortex. I'm going to tell you this: if it shows up on Stonko Tracker's 5 million shares, then I think Ortex is getting it wrong. It may not necessarily all be, and you could be right, it could just be shares that were on loan that were returned. But I do think that some of that is heavily short interest. We'll find out numbers more accurately in the future, but it's going to be like half a month from now. So we'll have to wait a while to get the information. Maybe a month from now. But we'll be able to go back, and if you want to go back to this point in time and we can take a look at the numbers, we can. We'll try to figure it out. But I do think that a large portion of that is short interest out of that 5 million. I bet it's more than the 2.1 that Ortex is or 2.2 that Ortex is estimating. I'm pretty sure of it. Steven says, I don't trust any of these numbers they show us, or they show us what they want us to see. All right. I don't really have anything to say to that. I mean, I can't. I mean, that's like saying I don't believe that the moon's round. We just see what we want to see. The Earth is flat. I don't mean, and it's data, man. It's data, right? We know it's not complete data, but we do know that it is reported data that is mandated, right? They have to report this data. There's some kind of data that's being reported here. You can get a good idea of what's happening and not see the full picture. So I understand where you're going with that. You know, you're basically saying like, you know, you're not getting the big picture. Okay, sure, yeah, I know I'm not standing up, or I know I'm not in a space shuttle looking down at the planet and seeing it with my own eyes, but I'm at least standing in the tallest point in the world on a mountaintop, and I'm looking and I can see the curvature of the Earth. You know what I'm saying? So I'm getting a good picture. I'm getting a good picture that there's some roundness going on here. But you're right. I'm not getting the full picture. Yes, that, believe it or not, Stephen, that's exactly how it kind of works, right? So when you think about it, when people sell shares into the market, it causes a buying frenzy, and because there's a high demand, a very high demand on shares. So when you see people selling shares into the market, price will start to run. I said this a long time ago when when Lou was trying to convince everybody that they should sell their shares. I had a night where I was talking to both Froggy and Tony, and I told them afterwards. I said, guys, tomorrow people are going to be selling shares because Lou's getting them to sell shares. Watch price run shortly thereafter, and we did. We ran all the way up to $34. $34 is how much we ran up to. So it's it does happen when people do sell their shares. You do see buying pressure, and you see the opposite of what happens. And part of the problem, Sean, is when people are buying, they're not buying the ask side, and you can see it. You can watch it in the limit orders and how they pop up. So, and that causes price to go down. It makes perfect sense. Like, people are legitimately buying limit orders, and you can see it. And that helps to drive price down when you buy for less than what the ask is. You're helping price go down when you buy when you put limit low orders. How can you get real numbers with fake shares? So you're making the assumption that all shares are fake, and they're not. When people are selling in some quantity, brokers are trying to get better positions and selling real shares into the market when that happens. So fake shares, like the kind that you're talking about, are going through off exchanges. Lit market exchanges are real selling pressure. I don't disagree, Yo. I think that the short interest is much, much higher than what's being self-reported. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just basing it off of what we see and that is being reported. How can you get real numbers with fake shares? Because only real shares can trade through the lit market. That's how. Only off exchanges can trade those shares that you're talking about. Yeah, so Future Whale, that I have this problem. So a long time ago, I thought about this. I was like, like what kind of things could you do, or what kind of things could you say or do to potentially, like, start a bunch of buying in the market. And I'm going to tell you this, Future Whales, is that us selling shares into the market's not going to help. That's not going to be the answer. Really, what we need to have happen is we need to have institutions sell. Institutions have to be pressured into the point to where they have to sell their positions. We're waiting for something like that to have happen. The margin calls will come through collateral needs, and us selling our shares is not the right way to kick it off. All that does is allows people to close out positions. So that's not really the answer. It just gives us these little burps that we see in price improvement. It's not really helping us. Really, what we need to do is stick to the original plan. When I say we, I don't mean, that's not financial advice. Hold on. Scratch that. Let me go back. The original plan is a good plan. Do what you want. Nat Neil, we don't do that here. Because, Stephen, there's only one place that real shares can be traded, and that's through the lit market. There's only one place where fake shares can be traded, and that's through the off exchange. If you want to have positions that are changing back and forth that don't make sense, then you look to the off exchange. If you want to see what's really happening, then you look to the lit market, and you see what's really happening there. Monty says, it's not a matter of being correct, it's a matter of having a baseline to follow. That's exactly right. You can never get, in fact, most statistical analysis is based off of very small percentages. If you want to look at, like, if you since elections are coming up here pretty soon, some elections are called with only 3% of the data being reported. Think about that for a second, Stephen. You want to talk about knowing statistics well enough to know that the sampling size that you need is only 3% in order to make a call that's going to be good. 3% is all you need in data. That's it. 3%. It's not very much data, and you can get a very good picture of what's going to happen as a result. I'm with you, Stephen. Let's get back to that 34, man. I agree. What about the guy who bought the float? How did shares continue to sell millions? That's what I'm talking about. It's all off exchange volume. They're just simply trading shares back and forth that are through the off exchange. It's not there's lit market. So I'd have to go back in time. I'd have to go back in time, and there's no way for me to do that. But I would love to do that though. It would be really cool if I could go back in time and see exactly where shares were traded at the time when he did that, because I know what you're talking about. That hold on a second, I'll even tell you what the name of the stock was. Hold on a second. I can never remember it off the top of my head. I guess it's this one. Come on. Come on, computer. You can do it. Global Links Corporation was the name of the company. Global Links Corporation, and the guy's name who bought it was Robert Simpson. Future Whale says, I did not hear anything. I got you. I'm telling you, Future Whale. So I know where you're going with it, man. I went down that road, trust me. I really did go down that road of thinking like, what if, and I've actually got some really good ideas on things that I think that could work, that could potentially cause the market a little bit of disruption. Some of the ideas, and I would never ever in a million years suggest this to people, but one of the ideas is that if we were to move collectively our shares from one broker to another, with that imbalance of moving of our shares like in mass quantities, could potentially cause a disruption in the market to where institutions would have to actually rebalance their positions across, for example, Fidelity, since I'm using them as a broker, Fidelity says, oh, hey, I've got, and I'm just going to make some random numbers. I've got 100 million shares here that I need to transfer over to you, but I don't really have real shares. And then we'll use TD Ameritrade. TD Ameritrade says, sorry, but I'm only going to accept real shares. How many of them are you giving me? And Fidelity's like, well, I got to transfer 50 million of my shares here over to you, but I only have 25 that I can give you. And TD Ameritrade is like, well, see you when you get your full 50. Oh, but wait a minute, hold on a second. I've got 25 million shares that I got to transfer over to you. Because I've got other people who want to go from my brokerage to your brokerage. So I'll tell you what, you just go find those 25. We'll call it a wash on the other ones, and you just go find the other 25 that you need, right? And so now Fidelity's on the hook for finding 25 million shares, which they happen to have, and they actually have to move those shares over to the other side. Well, if you had an imbalance though, if you had people moving from one large institution to a smaller institution where there's a big imbalance between them, you could potentially force our own brokers to go out and find shares to actually complete those transactions. We would have to do so much organizing within our community that it is not worth the effort. There's so much organizing that would be required, and it's not you can't count on something like that. You just can't. This play really is simple. Buy and hold, that's it. It never was anything more than that. Guys, you just keep throwing it in there. Like, you just gotta get it out there for people to see. It's like, come on. Like, if I throw it into a sentence where somebody's not gonna really see it, come on, guys. You know better. Yucca Frida, how's it going? How's it going, dude? Come on, you guys. Stop. Stop it. What is the deal, you guys? You're terrible. Monty says not to mention everyone's accounts would be in limbo for a period. It could even be for much longer than just a period of time, Monty. It could actually be throughout, if it disrupted the markets in such a fashion to where, those shares couldn't be found for a week or two. It could put people into a lot of risk. So you're absolutely right. This is why I wouldn't. Trust me, man. When I sit down and I start trying to think about plans about what we could do to try and maybe help push this along, I try to think about all the different aspects as to how each action has a reaction and what could be the negative side impacts to what it is we're deciding to do. And you're right. You're absolutely 100%. And that's one of the things that I thought of is that having your shares in limbo, and if the market had the disruption and started squeezing, oh man, people would be pissed. People would be pissed. Can you even imagine? I can't. I can't imagine asking people to do something like that and then having their shares in limbo. Oh, they'd be so pissed. But even with the Infinity shares, Future Will, it doesn't cause them collateral damage. So yes, they can print liquidity. I understand that, right? Like I get that. But it still hurts them over time. So really, it doesn't matter how much Infinity shares there are, or how many shares they can. I'm calling it what you're calling, but how many synthetic naked shorts they can create. It really just comes down to time being against them because they have to pay for everything that it is they create along the way. Mac and B says I'm only selling AMC for good quality goggles. Whoa, 2 years. 2 year Yucca Frida, it's not been like 2 years. Come on. Come on. You're a little ahead of times here. I mean, maybe it is for you, but for most of us, it hasn't been 2 years yet. When was the last time there were more sells than buys on Fidelity? I'll tell you what. Um, it was. It all started, Jordan, right before or right after the announcement of GME doing its split. That's when it started. Um, but I think either on Friday or yesterday there was more buy than sell or ratio. There was a better buy than sell ratio. But the big swap, the change happened the biggest for us once GME announced their split. Monty says, how many people have been terrified to transfer their shares for the last? You know what, Monty? I had considered it. I had considered moving some of my shares out of Fidelity just because of some of the announcements and some of the news that was going on there, and synthetic cockles. And yeah, I was really considering it and was afraid. Quite frankly, I am a little fearful. Not gonna lie. Wait. I got to read that again, Future Will. I read it in my head, but now I'm going to have to read it out loud because it's not making sense. But we can't put pressure by buying and they transfer. Oh, you retracted it. Damn it. I was reading it, man. I was reading what you were saying there. Jeff, we don't do that here. Mac and B says, WTF is going on in the market today? Looks like it's starting to move up. And my title says market futures looking nasty. And that's what I love. That's what I love about this market, man. I'll tell you what. PPT is certainly looking pretty strong right now, isn't it? Let's see if I can get an idea where we're moving to here. We broke the support line here, and drove down through it. Then we just kind of moved to like a new level of support. Let's see if I can find it. Looks like we may have a bullish triangle forming. It could be a wedge. This should break out soon. It's pointless to put a box in because I've kind of identified it a little late here. This could break out going up. We've kind of got steady volume and price rising. I don't want to say it's exactly rising volume, but the trend channel is pointing to the bottom side of the wedge here, which could mean a breakout going up. These wedges are sometimes difficult to figure out. Sometimes volume and price may give you an idea which way it's trending. It's kind of falling volume, but not really. Nat Nail, I don't put that information out for people as far as which broker do I put the most faith in. Because I guarantee you, whatever I end up having the most faith in, it'll probably end up being one of the bad ones. Man, I got it, Big Champ. I got to be fair, man. Anything regarding that ticker, I'm probably just gonna get rid of. Hold on a second here, guys. I got to answer a text message. Looks like I'm going to be taking my break a little bit earlier today, guys. I might have to make an errand. Reverse repo. Let's check it out real quick. I want to see what it is. Yesterday's number was. I erased my guess from yesterday. I was way high on yesterday's prediction. Reverse repo actually came down quite a bit day over day. It went from 2.3 billion down to 2.161 billion. So quite a big drop there. You know what? I said 2.3 billion. Why did I say 2.3? Oh, it's because I saw a B on the end. 2.3 trillion to 2.161 trillion. Sorry. So I'm gonna guess. I don't know. Let's see if we can get a declining reverse repo on this. I'm gonna guess 2.124. Reverse repo 2.124. Rem Taco says hot Koch sauce all over the market. Monty says, be prepared for a drop on the 4th after earnings. Good news is bad news. They will be pushing sell news hard in the media. We'll see what happens the following days after the earnings. And you just watch for the market to have some good movement leading into that too. It may be yucca, but I just don't want to talk about it. I'm just gonna every time I see it pop up, I'm just gonna get rid of it. Am I like outside the loop here on a joke? Hold on a second. That's clever. Very clever. Tony Baloney, good afternoon. I don't care about it. I don't care what kind of market event it is. That's not what I'm here for. And I'm not going to turn it into that either. Guys, it's time to take a look at the numbers. Let's see here. It's kind of cool. Fidelity's got this new thing now where they've got this pop-up that shows up if it's going to time you out. It's kind of nice. I'm taking you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are talking about. So taking a look at the numbers, let's see what we got going on here. Off exchange. An hour ago was 60.11 and 11.74 in the EDGX. It is now currently at 59.78 and 11.78 in the EDGX, giving us a total of 71.56, which is a little bit less off exchange than it was an hour ago, but not much. It's fractional. Taking a look at Ortex data, as of an hour ago, there were 6.1 million shares having been returned. It's now 7.12. Excuse me. Cost to borrow average is at 9.7. Cost to borrow max 13.32. And cost to borrow min is at 8.59. Shares on loan for the day was up 800,000 shares day over day to 143.75. On the options, highest amount of volume an hour ago was at a $17 strike price. It is now still 17. Went from 19.6 thousand contracts to 21.5. And for the puts, highest amount of volume is at a $16 strike price. Went from 4.7 thousand contracts to 5.7. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME. Let's see where we at here. AMC is currently number 11th with most highest amount of trades. This is what I get a kick out of, guys. You want to know about what nonsense is? You guys keep, tons of people are talking about this stock, right? And I come over here to orders by Fidelity customers, and guess who is not on the list? Guess who's not on this list here? And they're not even the top 10. They're not listed. They're not even the top 30. They're not even in the top 30, guys. Come on. You gotta, I don't know. I just can't. I mean, you're either going to be blind or you're going to have your eyes open, one of the two. If you want to continue to be blind as a retail investor, then keep your eyes closed. But I'm telling you, shiny things on the side of the road do not interest me. 11th position, AMC's most heavily traded stock on Fidelity with a 46% buy to 54% sell ratio. GME is currently in 22nd with a 58% buy to 42% sell ratio. SSR trigger is at $13.83. There are no new shares available. Nothing borrowed in the last hour, and fees are 6.8%. 78.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 42.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 34.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 2.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.81, Dow Jones is down 0.27, and the S&P 500 is up 0.34. The market is currently advancing over declining, with 4,054 advancers to 2,054 decliners. The VIX is down 0.61, VTI is up 0.42, IWD is up 0.27, Tesla is up 2.8, Amazon is up 0.57, Cinemark is up 3.84, Doge is down 0.2, Bitcoin is up 0.64, GME is up 3.62, HYMC is down 9.42, HOOD is up 1.94, NCMI is up 3.48, and AMC is up 9.11%. Refreshing inflow versus outflow, we currently have $14 million more roughly in outflow than inflow, with 30.22 million shares having been traded for the day-to-day. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We've traded for 215 minutes for the day-to-day. And we're on pace for about 54.8 million shares traded by the end of the day today. It's a little bit lower, about 4 million less than what it was. I suggested in the pre-market we would see somewhere between 15 to 35 million shares, and it's looking like to me like we might hit somewhere maybe between 40 and 50 now. Is kind of what it's looking like. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.54, which is just about average on RSI. We currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.39 on the daily, which is above average. On the hourly interval, we have more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 78.86, signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 74.23, signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 55.08, which is slightly above average. We did break down out of this wedge pattern that I had drawn out here. Did print a TD9 along the way. And with that, I can see. Casey can in and exhale whilst talking. What the fuck? Can I? I don't know if I can do that. I'm telling you guys, there's going to be shiny things along the side of the road. We will lose people to those shiny things. They may not make money. What is a TD9? A TD9 is simply an indicator that tells you that you've trend. There's been a trade pattern within 9 specific data points that were below each other. Each point was a downwards trend for 9 consecutive points. If I come over here to the indicators, I think I can pull up the technical signal for it and actually read the. Let's see. It may not be here. It might be under technical indicators. Here we go. TD sequential. The TD sequential is an indicator that identifies a turning point in the price trend of an asset or an index. Essentially, on any time frame, if the chart of an asset shows 9 consecutive candles above or below the closure of 4 candles prior, then it prints a TD9. So essentially, you've got 9 consecutive data points in one direction, signaling that there's going to be a reversal. And they usually print the 9. The nice thing is that they print the 9 usually in the direction the price is going to head, just kind of remind you which way it's supposed to go. So once it hits the 9, it's saying like, okay, basically you should have some green movement upwards. And we did, but it never fully got too far here, as they're trying to push price back down now again. So it's just kind of like helpful to just see 9 specific data points that are stacking over time in either direction. Man, G, I'm not talking about it. I'm silence everybody. Everybody's asking. I'm not talking about it. I'm not gonna go there because I know everybody wants to look at it, and I'm not interested. Doug, prayers go out to you, man. I hope your wife feels better. Let us know. Keep us posted. Yeah, go take care of her, man. The urn says, I like your horse blinder vision. I have that problem too. Oh man, call it what you want to call it. But I know why I'm here, and I'm committed to what it is that I'm doing here, and I'm not gonna waver from it. So that's my conviction, and that's my reason for being here. Part of this channel is to record history about what we are doing here. So I'm not going to waver from that. It's purposeful horse blinders. It's not a problem. I gotta get rid of them all, yo. I gotta get rid of them. I think it's funny, but I gotta get rid of them all. I gotta head out here, guys. I'm gonna have to take a break a little bit early today. Yeah, I did. I just explained it just a minute ago. I had. Hold on a second, guys. I don't think Yo's live. I just talked about it like just a few minutes ago when somebody else asked. Yeah, well, I don't want to say that it's a good thing, Ern. I'm just I'm committed to what I'm doing. I'm not trying to tell people that they can't go make money places. It's just I'm committed to doing what I'm doing here, and I don't want to be focused on anything else. I didn't come here for anything else. I came here to do something very specific. I came here to change a market. I came here to be a part of something that was bigger than any one individual could ever be, and that's what I'm focused on. I don't care about anything else. None of it. Making money is not what I came here to do. So, unfortunately, you're not. This is like this is literally like the worst channel. Like if any of you guys are here on this channel to try and figure out how to make money on other plays, you came to the wrong spot. You really did. This is a historical documentation of AMC and what's occurred along the way. So I'm not going to waver from that. I'm not going to yield to um, you know somebody else turning my head for me and forcing me to look at something else. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody's literally grabbing my head right now, like grabbing me by the hair, the hair on my chin, and they're forcing me like I'm a horse to look the other direction. It's like, no, I'm leading this bitch. No, I say no. No, sir. I'm in control. I have full control over what it is that I want to look at. I'm not going to allow somebody else to direct my attention to something else. So, just throwing that out there. Carlos, have a good one, man. Take care. Redtax says, no, your beard hair. AMC Panda says, look, a piece of candy. Oh man, it's just so true. I gotta take off, guys. I gotta drop off one of the kids at a friend's house. So I've got to take my break early. I know normally I go at like 1:20, but since I got to do this, I gotta take off. Um, when I'm gone, guys, you talk about what you want to talk about, I guess. Because I don't have control over that. The mods do. The moderators have full control, and I rely on them to decide what they want to filter out, what they don't want to filter out. I never, ever, ever. I'm not here to control speech. That's not what I want to do. But when people force me into this position where they want to like try to make this about something else, that's when I have to step in and say that's the only rule that I have here, and I will enforce the rule. So it's just, it is what it is. I'm gonna let the moderators decide what you guys talk about when I'm gone. They get to choose because they're in control, and I don't. They have the power. They have complete control. So I will see you guys later. I'm gonna take off. I'll be back at 1 o'clock, and we'll finish out the day, the last 2 hours together. Let me set up the price, or let me set up the price. Let me set up the delay note. I don't know why I said price. We'll be back at 1 p.m. EST or CST. It feels weird typing in one CST. I never do that. Derek says, give us a trampoline. Derek, how big? It will be my last act before I go. It's always you always get to choose. How big do you want your tramp? Do you like little tramps, medium tramps, or large tramps? What kind of liker are you of tramps? Small, medium, or large? 1560 big tramp. All right. I normally decide where the tramp goes, but I'll let you decide this time. Derek, since you're asking for it, you want the tramp at 1560. Whoa, that's way down there. That's a big tramp. I don't think you really want me to put it like way down here at 1560. I think what you mean to say is you just want the legs that touch down on 1560, I would assume. The big tramp over here saying, bless your hearts, people. All right, I gotta draw this quick because I gotta get it out of here. Hold on. This is gonna be a quick draw. We're gonna draw that tramp. Let me see what time's a good time. We usually like to fall in the market right around 13:30 maybe. Yeah. Oh, the 13:30 maybe right here. Derek, here's your tramp. May the tramp be with us. All right, let's hope we don't need this tramp here. I'm gonna get rid of the lines that I had, or I'm gonna get rid of the wedge that I had from earlier, and I'm not gonna leave you guys with any kind of price movement because I don't have time. I gotta get out of here. All right, there's your tramp. I will see you guys back in about 40 minutes.
Hey everyone, this is Soundro. I hope you enjoy using my tracks. If you like what you hear, go premium today, and I promise to make lots more tracks just for you.
Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beat makers and indie artists. Go Premium and get unlimited downloads for only $6.99 a month.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alrighty, I'm back. So I was just checking out, you guys probably saw me driving around the screen here a little bit. What I was checking out there was I was looking to see how that 4-hour cup and handle formation is looking. If you look at the 4-hour, we're getting that consolidation. We got the run up that matched the other side. It's looking very even. I like how it looks. We're getting a little bit of that consolidation at the top here of 1671. We might see like a day of consolidation before perhaps reaching that top of 1837 if this is going to complete that pattern formation. But yeah, hitting like 1837 or even anywhere near 18 to 1837 range, leading into tomorrow, and then seeing perhaps a fallback day on guess what day? Earnings day. You could see that happening, right? Like a little bit of upwards pressure, a little slow climb tomorrow. Potentially like leading us up into that 1790 range, really close to that 18 mark. Leading into a huge downwards momentum single day that maybe takes us down to as far as, well, half the distance between 1382 and 1837. Let's see what those numbers align to. Let's see, 1837 divided or minus 1382 divided by 2 would be $2.27 off of 1837. Giving us like 1609. So like watching price go up to 18-ish dollars and then dropping perhaps on the fourth to about 16 bucks. It's going to be, people are going to see that and be like, all Adam's Aaron fault. He didn't do the pounce. There was no pounce on the fourth like he said there was going to be, but he never said that. I can see this playing out perfectly, guys. I can see this absolutely playing out perfectly. This is definitely looking like that could be a very strong possibility. Very strong possibility here. I don't know if you guys are seeing it or not. I mean, it looks pretty obvious to me. Hold on one second, guys. Wrong phone number. Alrighty, so that's I see something like that possibly playing out. Uh-oh. Looks like you guys are saying something here. Hold on a second. Man, they got that so close to my tramp. So close. Let me see what you guys are writing. I think that's what's coming right now, Brian. Is that I mean, I don't see that was a gap. That was just I don't think we needed to fill any gaps there. Captain Awesome says, "Can someone explain gaps to me?" Their prices, it's kind of price points where prices kind of move through an area very quickly without having any kind of sustained trading in that period of pricing. And so if I were to pull back out just a little bit here and take a look without all this junk on the page, I'll try to show you like some good gaps, like an idea of what a good gap is. You see this right here? See where price like ran like really, really super hard right here on the March 28th. This would be the fill of that gap because there was a massive price run here and then it filled it here. So basically, it's where price had perhaps like a period of time in the past where there was no resistance, and so it just ran. Only the thing is with this one right here is this kind of a bad example because there actually was gap fill in the past, and even not that far previous. And everything including now in regards to this run up right here that we had to 72.62 can be seen as gap filling, right? So this big run that we had up here to 72.62, all this price movement in here is all gap filling this big huge run. And so it's filling in that big huge run. And then you can see now where we got to a bottom down here, it supports some of the previous price support points where we've had from the past. And so now we could have potential like price movement upwards that could be unmolested moving forward because we've filled the gap between 72.62 and 14.87, meaning that this could run through that very easily and even to newer highs, creating a bigger gap for the futures for that needs to be filled in the way into the future. I don't know if that made any sense at all. I'm trying. I'm trying to explain it the best I possibly can. Hopefully that made some sense though. If you're still a little confused there, let me know, because I think that 72 gap right there, that run up is probably like a really good example of what we've been doing over the last year. We've been filling that gap over the last year, that $72 run. Lisa says, did they borrow another 5 million? Let me see. It's time to take a look at the numbers anyways. So I'm going to move you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. Give me 1 second. We'll take a look at these numbers and see what's going on. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider it. Might keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in there. I'm just going to look real quick and see if they borrowed and returned those shares real fast. No, I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing that at all. Not yet anyways. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. Off exchange. An hour ago it was 59.78 and 11.78 in the EDGX. Let's see what they are now. $59.85 and 11.74. The combined total there is 71.59, about the same amount of volume going through those two off exchanges as of an hour ago. Not a whole lot of change there. Taking a look at borrow change, an hour ago there was a return of 7.12 million shares. It's now 7.17 million. Cost of borrow average is at 9.43, max is at 10.7, min is at 8.59. Our estimated current short share interest of the free float won't have changed much based on that borrow change amount, but it is currently being reported at 19.09%. Shares on loans up about 800,000 in new loans day over day, putting us at 143.75 million. Taking a look at options at a $17 strike price. An hour ago there was 21.5 thousand contracts. There's now 23.5. And on the puts, at a $16 strike price, there was 5.7 thousand contracts. There's now 6.7. So we've got almost a 4-to-1 ratio in call versus puts, and the market's suggesting a closing price still between 16 and 17 for the day. Orders by Fidelity customers. Let's see where we're at on AMC. AMC is currently 11th most heavily traded stock with 46% buys to 54% sales. And then we've got GME's in 23rd with 57% buys to 43% sales. This is where I would suggest to you that they have not borrowed the shares. We have a trigger price for SSR at $13.83. I only see the returning of the shares. I do not see a borrowing of the shares as of yet. So only the return shares, and the fees are currently at 6.8%. We have 78.2 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 42.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 34.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 2.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. The Nasdaq is up 0.12. Dow Jones is down 0.76. S&P 500 is down 0.18. We currently have 3,571 advancers to 3,277 decliners. The VIX is back up again, so look out, market. Here's the switcheroo. Here's the total switcheroo on you guys. SPY is now down 0.16. And the VIX is up 3.9. This is the screwing in the end of the day. This classic bull run, guys. Bull trap. VTI is down 0.07. IWD is down 0.14. Tesla is up 2.16. Amazon is down 0.24. Cinemark is up 3.38. Doge is down 0.8. Bitcoin is breaking even. GME is up 3.62. HYMC is down 9.48. Hood is up 2.1, NCMI is up 5.38, and AMC is up 10.18%. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have $12 million more in outflow than inflow. 34.61 million shares having been traded so far. We're definitely going to be over my my top end of my volume prediction for the day today. And I'm okay with being low. I just don't like being high. I hate being high in my predictions. I'll accept abnormal conditions where volume suddenly spikes. Any day of the week. I don't care about that. I just don't want to be. I don't want to be predicting high. Let's see what kind of pace we're on though. We've traded for 282 minutes, which puts us on pace for 47.9 million. I think it was around 55 million an hour ago. So pace is definitely dropping still. We might finish around maybe 45, maybe 43. I'm probably 43 to 45 million shares by the end of the day today. Unless there's a run up at the very end of the day. Then we might see like crap tons of volume kicking in and we might actually break 50. So that'd be nice. It would be interesting to see what that looks like on Suck Squeeze Bang Blow. See if that's enough for us to push us what I would consider to be a push into the below phase. Let's take a look at that real fast because I haven't updated the data for I think since last Friday. So let's pull that up on the screen real quickly here before I look at the rest of this. Whoops. Oh, I guess apparently I've not updated more days than that. Wait a minute, hold on a second. Oh, no, that's right. I need to just get rid of the 30th. Okay. I was like, something's not right here. I got too many days in here. All right, there we go. Let me update this really quickly here. I just kind of want to see where we would be at and what volume day over day would look like if we were to finish in that kind of range. So let me just type these numbers out real quick here. I gotta refresh this. If we were to close, let's say for example that we close at 10% up, which would be like 16. We'll just call it 1690. Because I just want to kind of make some estimates here. Let's say we did 50 million in volume. Too many zeros, might be. And I just kind of want to see what that looks like for us. That would be a 110% increase in volume day over day. And obviously the 10% volume increase. Hey, where's my... I'd have to go back and see if that qualifies for a spike in both volume, and I'd have to go back and look at some of my other. This is 127% in 15, and I called it the below. This one was 231 and 19. That was much bigger. This one was 6.89 and 36%, but arguably I could have very easily called this part of the bang, and I think I was being ornery and decided this was an arbitrary one, and I just decided I'm going to call it part of the. I think I like the fact that this really should just be orange. So this one technically was 20.34 and 203. This one was 13.25 and 110%. This one was 8.56 and 32%. The next day was 25.81 and 150. This one was 17.79 and 314% increase day over day on volume. And the last one that I can pull from was one of our biggest ones ever, which was the January, prior to the January run that you guys are thinking of. It was actually November of 2020, where we had a 51.41% increase day over day and 1,364% increase on volume. So pretty massive day there. I think this does qualify. If we can hit 50 million shares traded by the end of the day today, that's 110%. 16.9, we'd actually hit 16. If we can break 10%, I'd be happy with it. This very well could be the bang day. Blow, I mean, rather, sorry. We'll have to wait and see how it finishes out. Let's see what 45 million shares traded for the day looks like. That's only an 89% increase. It's still pretty high. We'll see. Taking a look at the intervals on the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure on the weekly interval with a 49.52 RSI, which is average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.39, which is above average. On an hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 78.87. Lots and lots of buying pressure right now, according to this. We could be seeing institutional buys because we're certainly not seeing it on Fidelity. Yeah. RSI at 78.87, signaling that it's overbought. On a 30-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 71.13, which is signaling overbought. On a 5-minute interval, we just had a crossover with more selling pressure than buying pressure, and RSI of 50.61, which is basically right down the middle. Guess we'll have to see what's going to happen here by the end of the day. All right, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. A cup and broken handle. They are kind of broken, aren't they? Lisa, you're welcome. I don't know what for, but whatever it is, you're welcome. Thorblade says, oh, it's looking nasty. We should be over that stuff, but Donkey Kong. Yeah, Dr. Zeno says take it easy. I'm with him. Easy. Be cool. I'm gonna go back to that cool scene.
I didn't get your name. I got yours, Vincent.
That's not it.
I never got your... My name's...
That's not the scene I wanted. Ah, man. How did I pick the wrong one?
In the bag. What's in the case?
My boss's dirty laundry.
Your boss makes you do his laundry?
When he wants it clean.
Sounds like a shit job.
Funny, I was thinking the same thing.
Open it.
Afraid I can't do that.
I didn't hear you.
Yes, you did.
What's going on?
Looks like we got a vigilante in our midst.
Shoot him in the face.
I hate to shatter your ego, but this ain't the first time I've had a gun pointed at me.
You don't take your fucking hand off that case, it'll be your last.
Stop causing problems. You'll get us all killed. Give them what you got and get them out of here.
Shut the fuck up, fat man. This ain't none of your goddamn business.
Be cool, honey bunny. Be cool.
Be cool, honey bunny.
No problem. I got it under control. Now, I'm going to count to 3. If you don't open that case, I'm going to unload in your fucking face. We clear? 1.
Be cool, honey bunny.
2. 3.
Okay, Ringo. You win. It's yours.
Open it.
Wait, what is it? What is it?
Is that what I think it is?
Mm-hmm.
It's beautiful.
God damn it, what is it? You let him go! You let him go! Let go of it!
Tell that bitch to be cool. Say, bitch, be cool.
Be cool, honey.
Say, bitch, be cool. Tell that fucking bitch to chill.
Be cool, honey.
Chill that fucking bitch out.
Just chill out, honey bunny.
Chill.
Just chill out, honey bunny.
All right, now tell her it's gonna be all right.
It's gonna be all right.
Promise her.
I promise.
Tell her to chill.
Just chill out, honey bunny.
All right, now tell me your name.
Yolanda.
All right, now Yolanda. Stupid, are we?
Don't you hurt him.
Nobody's gonna hurt anybody. We're all gonna be like 3 little Fonzies here. And what's Fonzie like?
3 little Fonzies, guys.
Come on, Yolanda, what's Fonzie like?
Cool.
What?
Cool.
Correctamundo. And that's what we're gonna be. We're gonna be cool. Now, Ringo, I'm gonna count to 3. And when I count 3, I want you to let go your gun, put your palms flat on the table, and sit your ass down. But when you do it cool. You ready? 1, 2, 3.
We're going to be little Fonzies, guys. All of us. What are we going to do? We're going to be cool. We're going to be little Fonzies. How many Fonzies we got in here? We got 180 Fonzies. We're going to be 880 Fonzies in here. We're going to be cool. That's a lot of Fonzies. That's a lot of leather jackets. Let's be cool. Forks is giving thumbs up. I know, Remtac. I know, man. That's probably like my favorite line in that whole movie. Like he's all like, "Just get my wallet out of there." Which one is it? I've always wanted to have a wallet that says "bad motherfucker" on it, just because of that movie alone. I mean, like, who's gonna mistake your wallet for anybody else's wallet? The only problem is, I've never felt like I'm cool enough to be able to carry a wallet around that says something like that. That's the only problem. I'm not that cool. Dr. Zena says it's easy to be cool when you're snorting Xanax. Hey! Maybe when this is all said and done, I can go out and get myself one of those wallets. Banff wallets for everyone, Captain Awesome says. We're going to be little Fonzies. We're going to be cool. Who wants to play? I know this is not the power hour, but I'm feeling a little like maybe doing something a little bit different, changing things up here since I'm not normally I'd be on break right now, but since I'm not, who feels like doing a little movie trivia? I know I've done that in the past and it seems to go over pretty well. Anybody feel like playing a little movie trivia? I'm also looking up the news right now. Before we do any kind of movie trivia, I'm going to go ahead and look up this AMC Entertainment. Yeah, excuse me, man, burps. Yahoo report on AMC Entertainment. All right, here we go. I'm going to read it. This is Zach's Equity Research. It says it's a 3-minute read, but I'll probably take longer because, crayons. AMC Entertainment Incorporated is scheduled to report its second quarter 2022 results on August 4th. In the last reported quarter, the company's earnings surpassed the Zacks consensus estimates by 17.5%. Q2 estimates for the quarter to be reported, the Zacks consensus estimate for a loss per share has widened to 26 cents over the past 30 days from 22 cents per share. In the prior year quarter, the company had reported an adjusted loss per share of 71 cents. The consensus mark for revenues is pegged at 1.12 billion compared with a year ago reported figure of 444.7 million. Factors to note, the company's second quarter 2022 results are likely to have benefited from a sharp increase in global attendance. Notice, I want you guys to key on this right here real quick. Global attendance. One of the things that AMC has that Regal and Cinemark don't have is a global presence, and is very vital to how much money we make out of some of the movies that come out. But a sharp increase in global attendance and an average ticket pricing. Earlier, the company had said that in 2022 film slate, it is expected to be significantly stronger than the 2021. The robust performance of its domestic box office bodes well. The Zacks consensus estimate for admissions revenue is pegged at 642 million compared with 233 million reported in the prior year quarter. The consensus estimate for food and beverage revenue is pegged at 376 million compared with 162 million reported in the prior year quarter. However, AMC Entertainment is making comprehensive health and sanitation programs, which include enhanced cleaning procedures and upgraded air filtration efforts to ensure maximum safety for guests. These efforts entail high costs that are likely to have weighed in on the second quarter performance. Monthly cash burns are likely to have weighed on the company to be reported quarter's bottom line. what our model says. This is Yahoo. This is just reporting by Yahoo, but it's actually I think from Zach Equity Research. It says our proven model doesn't conclusively predict an earnings beat for AMC Entertainment this time around. The combination of positive earnings ESP and a Zach's number one strong buy, two buy, or three hold increases the odds of an earnings beat. Earnings ESP, AMC Entertainment has an earnings ESP of plus 14.29%. You can uncover the best stocks to buy or sell before they're reported with our earnings ESP filter. Anyways, that's from Yahoo Finance. I don't really trust Yahoo all that much, but anyways, let's take a look at our number. Let's take a look at what do you guys think for movie trivia? Did you guys mention? Brian Carpenter says make your own wallet with one of those leather wallet kits. It sounds like fun, man. Captain Awesome is up for some trivia. Dr. Zeno, you're welcome. All right, let's do it. Here we go. We're gonna put you to the test here. You know what? Hold on a second. I think I gotta find a better one. What the heck? I picked current movies, and all these questions are like really old movie trivia. Like I want trivia from this year. Hold on a second. I'm so disappointed in all of these websites. Come on. Okay. Man, it looks like some of this trivia doesn't actually have answers tied to it, but it is more current trivia. So if I don't know the answer, then I probably won't read it because I don't want to like I want to give you guys some kind of movie trivia that's going to be real. It's not going to be like fake answers. Give me a second while I try to find this movie trivia. By the time I find it,